grit and perseverance have led us to this point.
Do not think for an instant that they are going to be dull. Do not think for a moment that this is going to be a race to go quietly into the night.
Never ever give up. You have no idea what's coming.
These guys know exactly how to keep pushing it and how to go to the limit. This is about endurance, about stamina, about mentality, about discipline, and about commitment. This is the battle that just will not relent. Amazing duels, nail-biting, tension, drama, and intrigue. No matter what you throw at them, they will give it everything they've got.
IAME X30, it's the best karting championships in the world. Doesn't matter where you go, whether it's the Americas, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, or the Pacific. X30, we get it done and we give you a show. Weeks of hard work, determination, sheer grit and perseverance have led us to this point.
Do not think for an instant that they are going to be dull. Do not think for a moment that this is going to be a race to go quietly into the night.
Never ever give up. You have no idea what's coming.
These guys know exactly how to keep pushing it and how to go to the limit. This is about endurance, about stamina, about mentality, about discipline, and about commitment. This is the battle that just will not relent. Amazing duels, nail-biting, tension, drama, and intrigue. No matter what you throw at them, they will give it everything they've got.
IAME X30, it's the best karting championships in the world. Doesn't matter where you go, whether it's the Americas, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, or the Pacific. X30, we get it done and we give you a show. Weeks of hard work, determination, sheer grit and perseverance have led us to this point.
Do not think for an instant that they are going to be dull. Do not think for a moment that this is going to be a race to go quietly into the night.
Never ever give up. You have no idea what's coming.
These guys know exactly how to keep pushing it and how to go to the limit. This is about endurance, about stamina, about mentality, about discipline, and about commitment. This is the battle that just will not relent. Amazing duels, nail-biting, tension, drama, and intrigue. No matter what you throw at them, they will give it everything they've got.
IAME X30, it's the best karting championships in the world. Doesn't matter where you go, whether it's the Americas, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, or the Pacific. X30, we get it done and we give you a show. Weeks of hard work, determination, sheer grit and perseverance have led us to this point.
Do not think for an instant that they are going to be dull. Do not think for a moment that this is going to be a race to go quietly into the night.
Never ever give up. You have no idea what's coming.
These guys know exactly how to keep pushing it and how to go to the limit. This is about endurance, about stamina, about mentality, about discipline, and about commitment. This is the battle that just will not relent. Amazing duels, nail-biting, tension, drama, and intrigue. No matter what you throw at them, they will give it everything they've got.
IAME X30, it's the best karting championships in the world. Doesn't matter where you go, whether it's the Americas, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, or the Pacific. X30, we get it done and we give you a show. Weeks of hard work, determination, sheer grit and perseverance have led us to this point.
Do not think for an instant that they are going to be dull. Do not think for a moment that this is going to be a race to go quietly into the night.
Never ever give up. You have no idea what's coming.
These guys know exactly how to keep pushing it and how to go to the limit. This is about endurance, about stamina, about mentality, about discipline, and about commitment. This is the battle that just will not relent. Amazing duels, nail-biting.
Karting championships in the world. Doesn't matter where you go, whether it's the Americas, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, or the Pacific. X30, we get it done and we give you a show. Weeks of hard work, determination, sheer grit and perseverance have led us to this point.
Instant that they are going to be dull. Do not think for a moment that this is going to be a race to go quietly into the night.
That kickstarts our 2026 Road to the Titles in Cadet, Junior, Senior and Master. Just 1 week later and we're back, but this week it's very different indeed. It's the first ever IAME Asia Pacific Games. Drivers have traveled from 16 nations all over the Asia Pacific region and even further beyond as well, including a couple of world and European champions to compete for the golden ticket that will take them to Viterbo in Rome in Italy for the IWF in the autumn of 2026. And all of these fantastic competitors have the same thing in mind. Get it done or go home and try again. In Cadet, Junior, Senior and Master, we have over 100 drivers amassed. So without further ado, let's crack on with the time trials. Get it done, boys and girls. The time trial kicks off in earnest then as we get straight in with the Junior X30 time trial qualification run, and it is going to set the grid for the heats later on today. 2 heats coming up for the Junior X30 competitors who have come from far and wide all over the entirety of the Asia Pacific region. Lee Jia-heng, Adam Venisaman, Peter Pongpak-Saturnu, Michael Lederer, Knox Black, Tahana Manasiri, Aryan Singh, Sanjana Dandu, Kevin Sipavanichinon, Altaf Ridwan, Ryan Wafi, Kamalpu Anachatkul, Mason Kwong, Rehan Khan Rashid, Advan Oriel Raran, Papicha Amachan, Xavier Fabrizio Santoso, Sahil Singh, Poshkon Chol, Yasmin Ram Rajanamikam, and then Kitanuntabat Bunyara Kilin and Valentino Giorgella makes up your junior field of 22. You don't have long in the junior time trials. You've just got to get out there and put your best runs in. And we've already got a technical flag. A 157, Sahil Singh has got a technical flag in qualifying. That is disastrous for the home favorite, Sahil Singh. He put on a podium finish last week in the first round of Infinity IAME Asia Series. Now he's not even going to get a decent time in the qualifying run as he's been given the technical flag. That is disastrous for Sahil Singh. I'm going to try and see and figure out what it is that's caused that. It could be a missing chain guard, it could be a faulty bumper, whatever it is, it's enough to put Sahil Singh out of the run for qualifying, and he will start both of the heats later today from the back of the field. Absolute disaster. Oh, he's missing a side pod. Well, there's two karts missing a side pod, in fact, because the CRG is missing a side pod as well. So that's two karts involved. Sahil Singh runs a Tony kart, but there's a CRG with a side pod missing as well. We barely even got underway for qualifying. Goodness me, drama already here at LYL in the first ever IAME Asia Pacific Games. So they only get 5 minutes out on the track for time qualifying. It's Peter Pogbaksattimnu who's on the top spot, but now here comes Aryan Singh, top spot for the UAE. Aryan Singh in front of Knox Black. Mason Kwong goes top for DRM on a 107.30. Aryan Singh second from Knox Black. Adam Benisiman, the Iceman, goes fourth place in front of Porsche Chapat. So Porsche Chatkul in fifth place in front of Peter Pogbaksattimnu, Sanjana Dandu, Altif Ridwan, Michael Lederer and Advan Oriel Warren. That's your top 10 for the moment, but the Stratos man, Sahil Singh, will go no further, and there is a driver in one of the CRGs who is missing a side pod. So it's the 122. 122 is missing the side pod. So that is Kevin Subramanian. Goodness me, that's two of the big names in junior already with a technical flag. Sahil Singh is out, Kevin Subramanian is out with a faulty side pod that came loose and came off the car. So that's two of the big players in Junior X30 gone from qualifying already. Wow, big drama in the final seconds of the session. So for everybody else, it's time to just go as quickly as you can and put on a decent time. Mason Kwong currently leading from Knox Black. Up to the top comes Peter Pogbaksattimnu. Sattimnu goes top. So, Peter Pogbaksattimnu of Thailand is on the first position run at the moment from Mason Kwong, Knox Black, Aryan Singh, Porsche Chatkul and Adam Benisiman. But a lot of drivers have already managed to start their final time laps. So it looks like we could get another decent lap on the boards here. Peter Pogbaksattimnu looking strong as he comes on through. Mason Kwong second from Black, Singh and Chatkul, Benisiman, Dandu, Lederer, Punyaratkalin and Altaf Ridwan. So the last flying laps, drivers trying desperately to give themselves a little bit of clear air to go for that final flying lap, but is there going to be one final push to the top of the dais? Only Rahan Khan Rashid has been able to get through on the checkered flag run. Yazvan Ram Rajamanakam did so too. So now we just wait for the final drivers to come through and hit the checkered flag timing line. 107.24 to beat from Peter Pogbaksattimnu. Is the tie going to stay on top? Final runs for the drivers. Can we get a bigger time at the end of a very competitive run? I think it's going to be Peter Pogbaksattimnu who gets the pole position. We wait for the times to complete, and it is indeed going to be Peter Pogbaksattimnu. It's a DRM 1-2 as Sattimnu beats Kwong. Then Knox Black, Aryan Singh, Porsche Chatkul, Adam Benisiman from Sanjana Dandu, Michael Lederer, Valentino Georgella in 9th, and Kitanatapat Binyaratkalin in P10 from Altaf Ridwan, Poshkon Chol, Advan Oriel Warren, Kevin Subramanian, Xavier Fabrizio Santoso, then Rahan Khan Rashid, Tahana Madasiri, Lee Jaheng, Ryan Wafi, Papicha Amchan, Yazvin Ram Rajamanakam, and Sahil Singh with no time on the board. But Peter Pogbaksattimnu with a 104 manages to come up with the goods to grab the pole position in the first time trial of the weekend. Fantastic from Peter Pogbaksattimnu. So the tie has come up with a pole position in the first time trial of the first IAME Asia Pacific Games. A magnificent start to the weekend then for Peter Pogbaksattimnu and the DRM team, because Mason Kwong is right up the order in second position. So a very strong start already then for the DRM Paralins, looking very strong out of the blocks. And we're going to see what kind of pace they can take from these time trials into the first two heats of the day. Both of the junior heats coming up later on today, of course. But it really is going to be a tight race up front in Junior X30 if that session is anything at all to go by. A fantastic start then for the boys from DRM. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with our top man from the time trial, Peter Pogbaksattimnu. Fantastic work out there, very tough pole position. What was it like out there behind the car? Talk us through the lap. Good run for you out there on the car?
Yeah, good.
In terms of the tyres, what do you think will be like in the race?
Get P1 again.
Fantastic. Kapun car, good job. So Peter Pongbosatumnu getting the pole position he wanted and the team wanted so much. Mason Kwong in the mix there as well. In second position, a lot of competitive runs there from the juniors in the first time trial of the weekend. Peter Pongbosatumnu, English not quite fluent for him yet. Don't worry, we'll still get words from him in Thai. It'll be a very strong run so far. But we're going to get ourselves ready and running once again in fantastic display from the competitors as they continue in a strong run from all of the competitors. Junior X30 done and dusted. Cadets coming up soon indeed, and that is a very strong roster of competitors. The contenders are going to be charging for the top spot in pole position. They'll definitely give us a really solid run for the head of the timesheets, but disaster already then for Kevin Simavanichanon and Sahil Singh. Technical flags keeping them from the top end of the timesheets, and that is already going to compromise what was already going to be a very challenging weekend. For those who competed last week, it's already crept up again a little bit in temperature. We had rain halfway through the week to take some of the pressure off, and some of the locals were telling me it was the first time we'd actually had rain in this part of Kuala Lumpur in about a month. So the pressure was definitely taken off a little bit by some of the rain. But the drivers had told me that the rain we had over Thursday and Friday definitely compromising setup a little bit, because a lot of the rubber was taken off the road over the last 2 days. So it definitely makes setup a real challenge for our contenders. We're getting ourselves ready then for the continuation of the IAME Asia Pacific Games with the cadet time trial coming up. So our 27 cadet pilots venture out onto the course for their time trial. They only get 5 minutes behind the wheel. So let's talk you through the runners and riders. Oliver King Yawono, Shiv Tamala, Libin Lewis Kanan, Felix Sim, Michaela Draper, Ryder Chong, Saif Zulkarnain, Aditya Pratap, Kenzie Ebrazananda, Jared Zhong, Zhong Yicheng, Darren Artagani, Ananish Patil, George Patrizi, Kaylin Delsi, Jun Karato, Chutanin Itya Kararat, Pimpat Kurang Fatai, Mohamed Fawibuo, Tutamin Set, Zhang Lin Yi, Tian Hoswan, Shavel Amabasalama, Joshua Tan, Max Schilling, Raja Gun, and Wong Siyang. 27 drivers from all across the Asian Pacific region, and they all want to put in the best times they possibly can to work their way forward in this first ever IAME Asia Pacific Games. There are a couple of clouds circulating the circuit. We are told that there is a 70% chance of rain to hit the circuit at about 5 p.m, but it is Malaysian forecast. Take it with a pinch of salt. You never know if it's actually going to hit the circuit or not. Tomorrow is when it's almost certainly going to hit. There's an 80% chance of rain to hit the circuit by 2 p.m. tomorrow. So expect Sunday to be a very challenging one at the office. So the drivers getting themselves into their positions to work their way further forward. A very exciting challenge for all of the contenders as they work themselves into position. Just getting themselves dialed in. A couple of drivers already trying to find the toe that will help them so much in terms of getting a decent run from the qualifying. Last week in the first round of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia, we had a first ever time pole position in qualifying for Max Schilling, the man from Hong Kong who lives in Singapore. His father, a very competitive athletic swimmer in the past. Max Schilling has chosen the world of karting to move on the upper echelons of motorsport in the years to come. Great to see a fair new faces for this week compared to last. Oliver King Yawono, Shiv Tamala, Felix Sim, and the Indian talent Ayanish Patel amongst them. Good to see some returning faces as well, drivers coming back for a return visit to our competition. So there are definitely some big names to watch out for in this field. Libin Lewis Kanan, Ryder Tsiong, who was very quick last week, as too, of course, was Kaylin Delsi. Keep an eye as well for Shabal Basalama and for Max Schilling. All drivers likely to be towards the sharp end. Kaylin Delsi opens the bank with a 1:16.1. Darren Artagani on a 1:16.0. Still plenty of pace to find in these cadet cards. We've got 2 minutes to go, so not a lot of time for the drivers to set the times. So it's definitely going to be competitive right from the outset. as Darren Artagani is the fastest man on track at the moment. A 1:16.0 for him from Kaylin Delcy, Pimpat Karim Fatai, Shabel Basalama, Libin Lewis Kanan, and Max Schilling, top 6 at the moment. 1:42 on the clock. Drivers trying to get themselves back up to pace, hoping for an interesting challenge in cadet. You can see already teamwork going at it, hammer and tongs, as Shabel Basalama and Max Schilling are close to each other to assist each other with the toe. So let's see how it's going to work out for our cadets as they climb up the hill. Darren Artagani, currently the fastest. He's one of their teammates, of course, on a 1:16.09. We're going to see some big pace from the drivers coming into these final seconds of the session, because the drivers will get to start one more flying lap, and they've really got to make that one count as they come through off the sharp end of the dais, and they will try and get a fast time under their belts. Big push as the drivers come through. Darren Artagani still top from Shabel Basalama. Then it is Pimpat Karing Fatai, Kaylin Delcy, Libinowis Kanan, Max Schilling, Zhongyi Cheng, Chan Oshwan, Felix Sim, Ryder Tsiong in 10th place from Wong Si-yang and Jun Karato. So certainly at the moment, the gap between first and second is only 77 thousandths of a second, but it's the Indonesian pairing of Darren Artagani and Shabel Basalama that have the pace for the moment from Pimpat Karing Fatai and Kaylin Delcy. Then Libin Lewis Kanan, Max Schilling, Zhongyi Cheng, and Chan Hoshwan. Still very close up at the sharp end. Chotanin Itiakararat is still getting up to pace for the top 1 motorsport team from Thailand. Everybody else is on their last flying lap now. They want to make sure they make good use of this. Not going to get many opportunities to increase their form and find a little bit more pace. So now the time ticks down to 0. It's a race back to the line. Is anybody going to get any faster on the dais after what has already been a very competitive and very strong run? We're just waiting to see now who is going to get the best of it as the drivers make their way out of the final hairpin and down the main straight. Will we get any more changes to the timing sheets as the drivers come through? Checkered flag is out, and we've got no improvements in the top 4. So it looks as though that's the way it's going to remain. Couple of drivers changing positions as Wong Si-yang knocks Ryder Tsiong out of the top 10. But Ryder Tsiong still has to complete his final flying lap, and he remains in 11th place. So it looks like it's going to be Darren Artagani that comes through for the top spot in front of Shabel Basalama, Pimpat Karing Fatai, Kaylin Delcy, Chan Oshwan, and Libin Lewis Kanan, with Max Schilling in P7 from Zhongyi Cheng, Felix Sim, and Wong Si-yang. Darren Artagani then coming through for a very impressive pole position, unless Mohamed Fawibowo can do anything about it, but he has already bailed on his flying lap, so that's it. Darren Artagani then taking his first pole position in the paddock in the first ever IAME Asia Pacific Games as a cadet driver. Excellent start to proceedings then, and he can be very happy with the pace of the DRM Paralympic. Once more, they have incredible credence coming into this one, and they have put their money where their mouth is in the timesheets. Great work so far, as we've got a 1-2 in junior and we've got a 1-2 in cadet as well. A great start out of the blocks for DRM Paralympic. Won't be so easy to do that in Master when they've only got one DRM Paralympic in qualifying for Masters. But we'll certainly get to see some exciting stuff from them as the drivers make their way back in to the pits once again after a very competitive run in cadets. But I tell you what, the racing is going to be even better than the time trials, because there's a few drivers who weren't quite able to get the lap time they wanted down. And we know that racecraft is very strong indeed with these competitors. So we'll see what the Cadet X30 races bring. Certainly a very intriguing start as the competitors run very closely together. And so now we wait to see what our drivers will have to say after the time session. A very interesting challenge for the contenders, that's for sure. But at the moment, it's already a very intriguing kickoff in cadet, as we have Darren Artagani and Shabel Basalama on the front row of the grid. Very different to last week, of course, when Shabel Basalama didn't even get a time down on the sheets. And now he's second on the grid, alongside his teammate Darren Artagani, who comes up with the first pole position for the Indonesian. A great start. The DRM team have mixed fortunes. Nice to see Max Schilling going and congratulating the team on a clean sweep of the front row. He's got some time to make up in the races, but he's got the racecraft to make it work. So certainly a very strong start for the Indonesian side of the team. And we'll wait to see if we can grab a quick word with Darren Artagani. After a very strong, solid run to pole position, he can be very happy indeed with that. It's certainly a very good start indeed for him. But the cadets have only just got started down here at LYL. We'll get to see Darren Artagani as he works his way back into the pits after a time that's good enough for the pole position. A great start. So as you can see, it's very melty indeed down here. We'll see if we can grab a quick word with Darren Artagani. Where's he gone? Has he already disappeared on me? I think he made his exit. Very impressive how we sidled away from me there. He was there just a moment ago. Here he is. Here is Darren Artagani. We'll have a quick word. Darren, what a great start. Pole position in the IAME Asia Pacific Games in Cadet. What's the feeling after the qualifying?
Great. The kart felt great and the track felt very grippy compared to the warm-up session.
It's definitely a lot hotter than it was last week. How are you feeling going into the first race now you get to run from the front?
Very happy, but also a little bit nervous, and excited also.
We're looking forward to seeing you out there. Good luck, Darren.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Great start to the weekend for Darren Artagani. Apologies that I'm in sunglasses mode. It's not to look cool. Unfortunately, I'm in conjunctivitis city at the moment, so I'd rather not look like a Batman villain. Anyway, we've got some great performances from the cadets coming up. It's going to be very intense. We've got all the big players towards the sharp end. Kaylin Delcy's up there. Pimpat Kuring Fatai's up there. It's all going to be fantastic to see how our contenders do. Max Schilling's going to be fighting his way through from P7. The engines are rising. Master X30 about to get back underway. So the Masters will only get 5 minutes, of course, as well. So they've definitely got a lot of work to put in after what's destined to be a very tricky run. And we saw a lot of interesting differences compared to last week. We saw 7 days ago, it wasn't until the final really that we saw the ultimate pace from Wedesek Yamchan, who came through to win the final 6 days ago in the IAME series. But now here for the Asia Pacific Games, it's all a bit different. We've got a few new faces for this weekend's competition, particularly the return of Luke Armstrong, and he is going to be a serious contender for the top spot after what we saw from him in December, his legendary duel for the victory in Macau with Kip Foster and Davide Fore. So Luke Armstrong is back to put on a show here at the IAME Asia Pacific Games, and he would dearly love to have a ticket for the IWF at Viterbo in October in the beautiful Italian capital of Rome. So then our Masters are out on track for their time trial. Wong Cha-fei, Takaharu Nakamori, Teodo Kumaran, Zaidi Julkanain, Luke Armstrong, Kelvin Koo, Wedesek Yamchan, Hadid Zadalo, Scott Wood, Luke Purser, Jonathan Lee, Desmond Lau, Kenneth Sim, Peter Chua, Ian Willock, and Darren Hollywood Formosa. All 16 Masters, our biggest grid of the 2026 season so far, gearing up and getting ready for another exciting bout out on the course here at LYL. And they all want to push for the top spot. You only get 5 minutes to find the best you can from these karts. Luke Armstrong ducking down in the Simon Racing Cosmic to try and find a little bit more pace on the main straight. Of course, 6 days ago, we had a fantastic battle that saw Wedesek Yamchan defend his title honor from 2025 with a brilliant first win of the season. Although, of course, we will never know just how competitive Hollywood would have been after that technical problem on the formation lap from pole position. But he did as he always does, shrugs it off and says, well, we've got another race in 6 days. And he was right. So the IAME Asia Pacific Games definitely going to give us an interesting challenge as Takaharu Nakamori on his return to racing has got provisional pole on a 108.137 from Armstrong, Willock, Yamchan, Chua and Hollywood Formosa. So Takaharu Nakamori currently looking strong for 7 racing with Musashino. And of course, Takaharu Nakamori has spent the last 2 years taking photographs for Sarah Kojima's publications. And it's great to see him back behind the wheel again. So the flamboyant racer from Tokyo wanting to put on a good show, but Widasa Yamchan currently P4. Off the final turn, Armstrong goes top, Nakamori goes quicker, 107.855. Wonka Fei, 3rd position from Willock, Yamchan, but now Chua comes up into 4th position. Willock is in P5 from Yamchan, Zyrolo and Formosa P8. Then it is Kenneth Sim and Tirukumuran from Persa, Jilkanine, Wood, Ku, Lee and Desmond Lau. Well, Jonathan Lee's come up to 12th, Desmond Lau's come up to 14th at the expense of Scott Wood and Kelvin Ku. Kelvin Ku now goes 14th. So Takaharu Nakamori, P1 at the moment from Armstrong, Wong, Chua, Willock, Yamchan, O and Formosa. A very big difference in the form book this week compared to last week. You can see how many drivers are itching to get their hands on that golden ticket to Viterbo. There's a big change in the dynamic in just 1 week already. So everybody looking for a strong challenge off the turns, trying to get that little bit extra. But Takaharu Nakamori going for broke on the far side. Luke Armstrong in second. We're going to see what the pace is going to be like as Takaharu Nakamori goes for the big show up the top spot, hoping for a little bit more. 107.855 is the time to beat. He's the only one to duck under 68 seconds for the time lap. The time is now down to 0. So who is going to get their final flying lap to improve? Can anybody improve on what they've already done? It's going to be an interesting challenge from here on out. Drivers coming through to complete their times. No improvements from Persa, Lau or Lee. Kelvin Ku does not improve, nor does Wood or Jilkanine. So they're going to be starting towards the tail end. But what about the final runs from the big guns? As Tiru Kumaran goes up to 8th place with his final flying lap. But the intense heat here at LYL is definitely causing a few problems for the teams in terms of setup, because there's no rubber on the road like there was last week. It's all been washed away by the big rain showers we had on Thursday and Friday. So it's definitely a very changed circuit compared to yesterday. Final couple of laps coming through. Drivers trying to find that little bit of extra pace from the karts as they come across the line. Are we going to see any improvements? Luke Armstrong so close to grabbing the pole position there. Just 21 thousandths of a second away from doing so. Not quite able to move forward as the drivers come through. And it is Takaharu Nakamori on pole from Armstrong, Wong, Chua, Yamchan, O, Willock, Kumuran, Formosa and Sim in the top 10. So very tricky stuff there. Persa is 11th from Lau, Lee, Ku, Jilkanine and Scott Wood. A very tough start indeed then to the weekend. So as our pole position sitters are confirmed, we've had a tie, we've had an Indonesian, and now we've got ourselves a very strong man over the sharp end again in Masters. We've got a Japanese driver in Takaharu Nakamori. So a great challenge already from the contenders up the sharp end. They've definitely given us a bit of a show nice and early then in Master X30. It's a massive change to the form book compared to last week as well, because we had the likes of Ian Willock, Peter Chua and Darren Formosa scrapping for the pole position last week. This week, well, it's Takaharu Nakamori and Luke Armstrong that have returned to Master X30 and shown the guys from last week how to get the most speed out of their karts in these difficult situations. Never easy to try and find that little bit of extra pace, but fair play to Armstrong and Nakamori, only separated by 21 thousandths of a second after the session, with Wong Cha-hei right up in 3rd position on his return to Master X30 as well. So the Chinese driver can be very happy indeed with that. Great start to proceedings. So now we're going to try and see if we can find Takaharu Nakamori. Wong Ka-hei has already come through in the holding area in 3rd position. So we're going to wait and see. I'm actually going to hide under the awning because I'm that worried about slowly dissolving into a small pool on the floor that we're going to have to just hide a little bit. But certainly very exciting stuff for our contenders over the sharp end, particularly for Luke Armstrong of Australia and Takaharu Nakamori of Japan. Great to see them come through. You can see already, look, this is a fresh set of tyres that went on for quali. Look at them. That's 5 minutes worth of work. That is insane how much degradation after just 5 minutes on the circuit the tyres are giving us. That was a fresh set when they went out, and it's already churned to bits. Look at it. If I actually touch it, my goodness me, that is unbelievably hot. That gets to about 50 degrees Celsius when it's in the main point of the limit. So really, really tricky how the drivers have been able to map the circuit out there. And then you can see every driver. Look, they've all come off 5 minutes in the kart on a fresh set of slicks, and they're already spent. Absolutely insane just how much wear on these tyres in only 5 minutes, and it's even worse compared to last week when all the rubber was still down on the floor. But because the big rain showers that we had have washed all that surface rubber away, it's made it very difficult indeed for the contenders. Our big stars are actually just round the corner, unfortunately, so we may actually have to go out into the pit lane and have a quick word with them before we go out. So I'm going to quickly grab a word with them while they're here. Luke, great return, front row of the grid, that's a good start.
Yeah, I haven't seen the results, but it seemed okay, felt okay.
So in terms of the pace that we've seen over the last 2 days, that rain washing the rubber away has definitely made it trickier, right?
Yeah, I think the track's maybe 1.5 seconds slower at the moment, so it's pretty tricky out there. It's hot, slippery, greasy.
Right. Well, we'll let you crack on. Have a good one, Luke.
Thank you.
So we'll have a quick chat with the man who managed to get in front of him as well on the grid, Takaharu Nakamori. Good to see you, Nakamori-san. And pole position, you must be delighted.
Me?
Yes, sir.
Really, I thought 2 or 3. But yeah, good position. I'm still running track, so I can improve.
Great to see you so fast on your return. How are you looking forward to the races later?
Just testing, just running track for tomorrow.
Domo arigato.
ありがとうございます。
Great start then from Takaharu Nakamori, but as you can see, the drivers are already setting off in Senior X30 for their 5 minutes. So let's find out who grabs the pole from the first group. And that's the big point this weekend in Senior X30. We actually have 2 groups because we have 40 drivers hoping to go for that golden ticket here at LYL. So we've got 40 drivers hoping that pole position can go their way, and that's going to make things particularly difficult for our contenders up at the sharp end. So the drivers get themselves up to speed once again out on the circuit. I'm just going past the Senior X30 karts on the way into the holding area, all on bone-fresh tyres. Based on what we saw from the Masters, I promise you by the time they're done, those are going to be unbelievably vintage tyres on those karts. 5 minutes at the limit, and they are spent. Absolutely incredible how much tyre wear these guys are getting in just 5 minutes out on the LYL circuit at the limit. So just imagine what tyre degradation is going to be like in race trim when they've got anywhere between 10 and 14 laps in the heats building up to the finals tomorrow when they'll get a fresh set. But at the end of that fresh set, they're going to be absolutely horrific to look at. So already a very tricky start to proceedings here at LYL. So Group 1 of the seniors, we've got Daniel Jagai, Danish Chen, Andrea Galimberti, Karin Carr, Lucas Dongji, Dylan Tan, Wadapong Yamchan, Miguel Quinones, Jaden Pope, Stefano Badani, Luca Nici, Paco Miguel Sarmiento, Seda Kojima, Krishay Gutta, Louis Ng, Kim Guanwu, Jonas Tan, Dominic Setyavan, and Leonardo Mori. So these are the 19 drivers in this one time trial group. Try to work their way to the top spot. And having groups means that there really is so little chance to make mistakes. In the time trials, they're going to be separated out into 4 groups in the heat qualifiers. That means all of the senior drivers will get 3 heats leading up to their superheats rather than the normal 2. So it's going to be particularly intense this weekend for Senior X30. They'll have to do 1 extra race. And don't forget, they'll have to do 1 extra race on these tyres. So at the moment, it's Stefano Padani who's got the provisional pole in the group from Jaden Pope, Dominic Setyevan, Leonardo Mori and Daniel Jagai from Wonapong Yamchan, Luca Nichi and Sarah Kojima. But there's a long way still to go. 1 minute and 40 seconds is a long time in karting. And a lot can change in these Senior X30 grids. They've got 2 groups and they've got very little time to get out there and do anything about the current position they find themselves in. Stefano Badani, there he is coming through on the final section of the course. He's got a tow from behind him, and that's put Leonardo Mori into pole position provisionally in front of Jaden Pope and Stefano Badani, now 3rd from Setyevan, Kojima, Yamchan, Jagai, Yongji, Nichi and Sarmiento. And let's not forget that in that second group of senior drivers is the FIA Karting KZ European Champion of 2020, Marijn Kremers of the Netherlands, has joined forces this weekend with the Biralat Asia squad as coach and racer, and that is really exciting. He's obviously had some direct drive competition of late in Supernats over the last couple of years, but everybody knows him as a gearbox specialist, so this will be fascinating to see what kind of performance he can go at it. And it's great because we've got a ringer in Biralat Asia and we've got a ringer in DRM Paralin in Alex Machado as well. So as well as the young 14 and 15-year-old whippersnappers, we've got some golden greats in the field in Alex Machado of Andorra and Marijn Kremers of the Netherlands. But at the moment, it's Andrea Galimberti who's on the top spot in Group 1. In front of Leonardo Mori, Jaden Pope, Dylan Tan and Sarah Kojima. Setyevan up to P6 from Badani, Sarmiento, Chen and Jagai. But Andrea Galimberti has the top spot by 65 thousandths of a second. Not much in it as drivers are trying to get decent lap times together and being savage with the positions around them. Not going to be very easy to see how everybody commands their faculties in the session. But the checkered flag is now out, so when the drivers go past my position, it will be for the last time. No improvements from Paco Miguel Sarmiento. The Philippine star will be P6 at best. Daniel Jagai may stay in the top 10, along with the Indian Krisha Gutta finishing his run too, in front of Louis Sung and Kim Guan-hee. So we'll see, but Galimberti has the top spot with a 106.315. Dylan Tan up to 2nd, but only 16 thousandths slower than Galimberti. It's going to be tight all the way. Mori still 3rd from Pope, Kojima and Sarmiento. Want to wait to see if Setyevan or Padani can come back with something on the final flying lap. Are we going to see a change for pole position? Not at the moment. Not at all, because it's Andrea Galimberti who has the pole position after a stunning run on his time lapse. Nobody can get near him in the end, or 16 thousandths of a second is fairly near. So it's Galimberti from Dylan Tan, Mori, Pope, Kojima, Sarmiento, Setyevan, Padani, Chen and Jagai. So a stunning start then for Andrea Galimberti. So after we've seen on the top spot a Thai, an Indonesian and a Japanese, we've got a European on the top spot now in the Italian, Andrea Galimberti, the reigning Junior X30 champion of the INF1NITY IAME Series Asia and the phenomenal winner of the junior competition in Macau as well. Fabulous performance there. And now he's as a senior and already right up at the sharp end of the dais after a fantastic performance thus far. But what a start for Andrea Galimberti, exactly what he wanted out of this run. It's been a very strong contention from him over the course of the last 2 weeks. He was fighting for the win last week when a technical defect stopped him from going to the podium after a brilliant final. This week, though, he's already out of the blocks very quick indeed, and a provisional pole position. He is #1 in group, but we'll see if that's going to be good enough to be overall top spot. So a very fast time indeed then. We'll double check the time down to the thousandth of a second. I just want to see exactly what the time was. It was a 106.315. Thank you very much to Senior Galimberti, who was holding the timing screen. So a 106.315 is the time to beat, and we know how difficult that is going to be for the drivers in the second group. But it is achievable, it is manageable. So we'll have a word in a moment with the man himself, coached by Andrea Tedesco and under the tutelage of the DRM Paralin team. But certainly there's going to be a very happy Italian coming forward in a moment. There is your man, Andrea Galimberti, after a strong pole position run They'll put the power in on the trolley, and then we'll have a word with the provisional pole sitter. Goodness me, once again, looking at these tyres after just 5 minutes. Andrea, last week you were pretty devastated. What a way to start this week, though. Pole position in your second ever Senior X30 meeting. Provisional pole, talk us through the lap.
I think it was just a really good lap. I had good slipstream with my teammates, and for the race, I think starting P1 will be really good for me so I can push. And for the second race, I think it's a good result.
We can see how tough the tyre wear is going to be going into the races. After 5 minutes, your tyres are dead. How difficult is it going to be in the first of the 3 heats?
I don't know, we'll see, because if the temperature rises, it might be harder, but if it goes down, maybe it'll be easier.
Okay, fantastic work. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Great start then for Andrea Galimberti after a provisional run there of 106.315. That's the time for the second bunch of Senior X30 drivers to beat. So we'll go straight into Group 2 and see if any of those seniors can take it away from the Italian.
Weeks of hard work, determination, sheer grit and perseverance have led us to this point.
Do not think for an instant that they are going to be dull. Do not think for a moment that this is going to be a race to go quietly into the night.
Never ever give up. You have no idea what's coming.
These guys know exactly how to keep pushing it and how to go to the limit. This is about endurance, about stamina, about mentality, about discipline, and about commitment. This is the battle that just will not relent. Amazing duels, nail-biting, tension, drama, and intrigue. No matter what you throw at them, they will give it everything that they've got.
Melvin Shane, Alex Machado, Riley Curry, Travis Teo, Jamie Ambrose, Conrad Garrow, Andy Burret, Jenny Bibonnet, Putera Adam, Norris Gafour, Li Wei Chen, Rafael Kamal, Zadia Vrykal, Ethan Sito, Issa Modfouad, Jerry G, and Sashan Gunasekara. Three minutes and 25 on the clock then as the drivers try to get themselves to speed. And let's not forget that we've already got some serious pace to try and find up at the sharp end. A 106.315 is the time to beat. That set by Andrea Galimberti. So to get even a chance of getting the overall pole position, you need to be in the 106.3 range. As there are the Viral Asia drivers assisting each other to get some decent pace. But it is going to be tricky to find that superior speed in the second of the time trials here at LYL when the tyres are literally melting on the top of the carcass. Within 5 minutes, they are tyres that go from being box fresh and brand new to being at least 5 years old. So, Ethan Sito currently on the top spot with a 106.876. So they need to find half a second if they're going to challenge the pace of Andrea Galimberti. It's definitely going to be fascinating to see if anyone's going to take the pole position away from Andrea Galimberti. Lap times are tumbling now. Alex Machado gets a 106.4, so it's very close to getting the time away from Andrea Galimberti already. Jamie Ambrose second from Marijn Kremers. Then Teo, Sito, Garrow, Raikal, Adam, Kamal, and Jerry G. 53 thousandths of a second between Machado and Ambrose. Kremers third. Teo, Sito, and Garrow very close up at the sharp end. But we're going to get to see what kind of pace the drivers can find if they can get another tenth or so out of these karts in the dying embers of the session. Then Andrea Galimberti can be confident on pole no longer. Off the turn, Garrow is using his fireball teammate Norris Gaffora to good effect as they try and find some pace. Ethan Sito, 106.423, quicker than Machado, quicker than Ambrose, Kamal, Gunnar and Conrad Garrow. Marijn Kremers currently P7, trying to find that little bit of pace. But this is hot work, even for someone of the experience of Marijn Kremers. Don't forget, 32 degrees Celsius here at the moment. So that's the track temperature getting well into the 50 Celsius range. Raikal goes top, 106.295. Zadia Raikal, overall pole position in Senior X30 thus far then. A 106.295 eclipses the time set by Andrea Galimberti by just 200ths of a second. A 106.315 from Galimberti, a 106.295 from Zadia Raikal. That is less of a difference than it takes to blink an eye. Teo to second, Sito to third, Machado, Kremers up to P5 from Ambrose, Putera Adam, Rafael Camaros, Seshan Gunasekara, and Conrad Garrow. Well, it's going to be a tough one to see if anyone can take it away from Raikal, but he's currently got a tenth of a second on his teammate Travis Teo, and it's a Malaysian 1-2-3 at the moment. On home turf, they really are flying. 3, 2, 1, time down to 0. If you're crossing the line, that's it. If you've just started another lap, you've got a chance to get more out of it as they push for that final run to the flag. Alex Machado, pole position with the final flying lap from the Andorran. 106.178 for Alex Machado, the 26-year-old from San Julia de Lorio in Andorra has come up with the pole position lap, 106.178 in front of Raikal. Putera Adam in a brilliant third place ahead of Teo, Ambrose, Sito and Kremers from Rafael Kamal and Seshan Gunasekara. But Alex Machado has got the pole position in both group and overall with a 106.178, unless someone could take it away from them in the dying seconds. But it looks pretty much cooked to me as Conrad Garrow makes up a few places, gets to 8th behind Kremers. But what a tough battle this pole position has been, and it's the Andorran Alex Machado that finishes up at the top after a brilliant, brilliant run. So a very exciting start to proceedings then for Alex Machado, just in front of Zadia Raikal and Putra Adam in third position for the RL karting team. Running a very solid start. It's going to be a brilliant opening heat in Senior X30. Once those groups are settled into their 4, they will be staggered across. But one thing we know for sure is that if that lap time stands, Alex Machado for Andorra is going to be going from Senior X30 pole position in his second week in Asia. A fantastic start then, and a really exciting challenge awaits him as the juniors are already getting themselves into position, ready for their first heat of the weekend. It doesn't stop in the Miami Asia Pacific Games. We've got a busy schedule all the way through to the end of the day, where the second and final Senior X30 group heats will conclude. But it's a phenomenal start already as the drivers are putting in a sensational show. I'm going to see if we can grab a word with the man on pole position very briefly after a great start. What a start for Alex Machado of Andorra. Exactly what he was hoping for, and certainly we knew it was going to be a tough competition right from the outset. The juniors are already going to the grid, so I'm going to be losing a lot of weight today running up and down the stairs here at LYL. Marijn Kremers, good to see him back behind the wheel of a direct drive machine, the gearbox superstar and European champion in the FIA competitions. Finding it very tough going here at LYL, and no surprises there because it is insanely hot. So I'm going to see if we can actually make our way back down the other side of the pit lane, where Alex Machado is waiting to get onto the scales. Let's have a word with the man who's going to be on pole position. Alex Machado, what a start, what a brilliant lap there, a 106.1, that puts you up at the sharp end. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, feeling good, feeling quite confident. The track is quite different, respect last week. So we're just trying to adapt as best as possible to put everything together for tomorrow.
With slightly fewer karts on the grids because of the way the groups are staggered, but an extra heat to run, how difficult do you think this weekend's going to be compared to last week?
I mean, I think every single weekend is difficult. So I think the key is just to know how to adapt on the track conditions, try our best, stay safe today on the heat, also tomorrow, and do our maximum for the final.
Looking forward to the races. Gracias, Alex. Good job.
Thank you very much.
A very good start indeed then for Alex Machado. Well, those are the time trials already settled. The 5 sessions are completed, but as you can see behind me, the Junior X30 drivers are already getting themselves into position. We do not stop for breath in the IAME Asia Pacific Games. It's going to be 2 races apiece for Junior, Cadet and Masters. In total, we're going to get 6 races leading up to the Super Heats for the Senior X30. 4 of those will be today. The last 2 of those will be tomorrow, thanks to the fact that we're separating the Senior X30 into 4 separate qualifying groups. So what you need to know is that you're going to get a lot of action here at LYL. Let's kick things off then with juniors. So we're going to the first race of the weekend then here at LYL International, the INFINITY IAME Asia Pacific Games. The first ever running of this competition, the winner of which in junior, cadet, master and senior will get a ticket to race in the IAME Warriors final at Viterbo in Rome. Look at the tyres of these guys going into the first race of the weekend. They've only done 5 minutes of qualifying on these fresh set of tyres. And you can see already just how difficult the grip is going to be. Pirapongpang Satumnu and Mason Kwong will line up on the front row of the grid for the DRM Racing team, both on their parallels. Then Knox Black, the new boy from Australia. What a start and what an impression he's made in third position on the grid alongside Aryan Singh. Great to see him returning to the paddock. Porsche Runner Chatkul beside the Iceman, Adam Venisiman. And then Sanjana Dandu, she's beside Michael Lederer, the Austrian. And then rounding out the top 10, Valentino Giorgella, the Australian for JDP, getting himself alongside Kitanuntapat Bunyaratkalin on the top 10. Altaf Ridwan and Mr. Posh Kongchol. Advan Oriel Warren will line up alongside Kevin Subhavanichinon. And then, of course, we've also got Xavier Fabrizio Santoso and Rahan Khan Rashid. Amada Seri, Lee, Wafi, Yamchan, Rajamanakam and Sahil Singh after not being able to set a lap time during the qualifying session due to that technical flag. So now we go into the action with a very interesting battle on our hands here. The first 10-lap race of the weekend, Junior Heat 1, as the contenders are ready to show us what they can do from the outset. So the starting grid in full will see Pirapongpang Satumnu and Mason Kwong take up their positions on the front row of the grid as the last couple of drivers venture out onto the course for Junior Heat 1. So here at LYL, we're expecting a very interesting competition for the first of our junior heats. 10 laps of racing to come. And it'll be the Thai driver, Pirapongpang Satumnu, who goes from pole position on his parallel beside Mason Kwong of Hong Kong. Here's the grid. Pirapongpang Satumnu and Mason Kwong front row. Then Knox Black in his debut alongside Aryan Singh. Great to see him back in the paddock once again. Kamalpu and Chatkul lines up alongside Adam Venisiman. Then Sanjana Dandu lines up alongside Michael Lederer. Rounding out the top 10, ninth on the grid will be Valentino Giorgella. The Australian lines up beside Kintanutapat Bunyaratkalin. Then Altif Ridwan lining up alongside Poshkong Chol for CRG Thailand. Behind them on the starting grid, 13th is Advan Oriel Warren alongside Kevin Subhavanichinon. Xavier Fabrizio Santoso, 15th alongside the Indian star Rahan Khan Rashid. Tahan Amadasiri of Sri Lanka. Lee Jaheng is 18th, then Raifan Wafi and Papicha Yamchan. Then Yasvin Ram Rajamanakam alongside Sahil Singh, rounding out the grid. So for some strange reason, a couple of drivers showing up a couple more times on the grid there. Not quite sure what the reason for that is. There are only 22 drivers on the starting grid. It's going to be a tough mission for all of our drivers. Pirapongpang Satumnu and Mason Kwong going off the front row of the starting grid from Knox Black, Aryan Singh, Porsche Runner Chatkul and Adam Venisiman. The Iceman is ready to strike from P6. 2 formation laps of the LYL circuit. Not that they need a lot of effort to warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature. 2 drivers well out of position after junior qualifying, Kevin Subhavanichinon and Sahil Singh, both of whom were shown technical flags during the qualifying session. Sahil Singh not getting a single qualifying lap in, and Kevin Subhavanichinon managed to get 1 flying lap in, but on the second, his side pod came off the CRG, and so that's why he's down in 14th on the grid for this one. But expect both of those drivers to charge their way back from position. But for Pirapongpang Satumnu, the Thai is under a lot of pressure on this start. He's never been in pole position in Junior X30 in the IAME Series Asia paddock before. Alongside him, Mason Kwong, who took his first win last week in the final. So we're going to see just how this Junior X30 grid gets underway. Are we going to start racing straight away? We are! Off we go then. Pirapongpang Satumnu challenging on the inside line, trying to get through. Mason Kwong tucks back in for second place. Knox Black getting a decent start. Aryan Singh trying to come right round the outside though and grab that third position away, which he has not managed to do. So the top 3 remain as they were, cutting their way through the first couple of corners. It looks pretty intriguing at the first part of the course. In through the sectors, Mason Kwong running in behind Pirapongpang Satumnu. Knox Black has done well to hold on to third position there on the inside. So a very handy start indeed, but Mason Kwong already challenging his Paralympic teammate as they go down the back straight. So Peter Bonkbank Satumnu holds the inside line to good effect as he keeps himself in a strong position. 10 laps of racing in front of us. Knox Black doing a grand job in third place on the Birrellart. Very strong start indeed from Knox Black. First ever race in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia paddock. Certainly not his first ever race. He's already got plenty of credence from his home Australian Championship competitions. But certainly things are very different out here. Not that he seems to be thinking so. The man from Mermaid Waters on the Gold Coast is already challenging the top two men. So across they come. Satumnu, Kwong, Black, Singh and Achatkul round the outside of Dandu. That was Sivavanichinon and Kongchol challenging in their CRGs. It's getting tight in this chicane and in the hairpin. Already drivers battling to try and find a gap or two, and somebody spat right out to the marbles there. Not quite sure who it was, but already Knox Black has lost his position to the man from the UAE, Aryan Singh. So Aryan Singh has come up into third position aboard his Cosmic for 7 Racing. The only man flying the flag for the Middle East here in the Asia Pacific Games. Very strong run so far. Oh, and a run wide there as Aryan Singh loses 2 positions. Knox Black gets through and Poshamana Chatkul goes with him. So Black is through and Achatkul is through. Everyone else still fighting up to try and battle away for position, but Poshamana Chatkul wants to get himself into the mix here for the Stratos Motorsport team. Looking to find his way up the inside of the Australian. But it's certainly looking pretty intriguing at the moment. Who's that working his way forward up the ranks out of the final turn? Aryan Singh still trying to cut himself in amongst it all. And who's that in P4? That is Michael Lederer. Michael Lederer is now P4. Great work from Lederer. He's got ahead of Singh and Achatkul, Dandu and Benisiman. Oh, big dive on the inside as Lederer goes for Kwong and goes for the inside line. Kwong dives back for the inside. Lederer bangs wheels. But is there going to be enough opposition? Yes, there is. So Kwong gets through in a second. Lederer through in a third. And now they can both go after Satumnu up in the front end of the field. Knocks Black down to 4th. And Aryan Singh is P5. Well, the intense heat here at LYL, not going to be easy for these drivers to go with. Big dive on the inside as Singh goes up the inside there of Knox Black and gets into P4. So a lot of changes for position then as Knox Black is back down to P5. There's Porsche and Achatkul in front of Dandu, Venisiman, Subhavanichinon and Altafridwan. 11th place for Kintunatapat Bunyaratkulin, then Georgella, Lee, Conchol, Amadasiri, Wafi, Yamchan, Santoso, Rajan Manikam, Rashid, Sahil Singh and Advan Oriel Warren already out of the race. So big problems as they fly through turn 1. Looking for a big move on the inside. Knox Black is going to slingshot and gets the run on Aryan Singh. Lovely overtake from Knox Black to get into 4th position. Good run from the Australian. So that puts Knox Black back into the top 4. Now he's got to go after the trio of DRM Paralins up front. Satumnu, Kwong and Lederer. So we've got the Thai, the man from Hong Kong and the Austrian up in the 3rd position. But Knox Black and Aryan Singh are still battling away over that 4th place. Knox Black signaling to Aryan Singh, come on, work with me. We can go after these guys. We can get the top 3 drivers napping here. Porsche and Achatkul is trying to get close to the tail bumper of Aryan Singh. But that's not going to be easy to hang on to. Fastest lap of the race so far has come from Kevin Subhavanichinon, the CRG Thailand driver, now up in 8th place in front of Altafridwan and Adam Venisiman, the Iceman. Out through their hairpin, back onto the far part of the course, and that's going to be 4 laps completed of the 10 in the junior heat. So we've had 4 laps completed, now we've got 6 remaining. Looking good so far up at the sharp end, big dive on the inside line. That's the move for position as into 3rd goes Knox Black. He's taken on Michael Lederer and he's got past the Austrian. So into 3rd goes Knox Black. 4th place, that's going to be Aryan Singh making his bid on Lederer, and he squeezes the issue on the Austrian who goes off on the marbles, and that's going to be a move from Posharana Chatkul. He gets through into 5th place as well. So some big shuffles at the deck already. Up in the top 6, Knox Black in 3rd, and the Australian for Birrellart Asia looking really confident. Now we've got the 2 leaders nose to tail, Satumnu and Kwong. They'll want to pull away from the man in third place, but Knox Black is still technically in the tow. So there's a good chance for the Australian to make a good run here, and he knows it. So far, so good down the hill. Satumnu and Mason Kwong. Peter Pongpak Satumnu wasn't able to find the pace last week. Now he really has found it. But Mason Kwong is there with him. Over the line, turn one, flat out. Mason Kwong going at it. On the far side, will he tuck in for the inside? He doesn't go for the overtaking move yet. 5 laps done, 5 to go. And Knox Black is within touching distance. So Mason Kwong looking for his way to help his teammate move forward. Long race weekend, you don't want to throw it all away in the heats. Certainly a good start at the moment, though, for Peter Pongpak Satumnu and Mason Kwong. And they've got Knox Black for company. Aryan Singh is fourth. Then Porsche Chatkul, Michael Lederer, Alta Fridwan, Kevin Subhavanichanon, Adam Venisiman, and Kitununtapat Bunyaradkalin as Mason Kwong dives in and takes the lead away from Satumnu. That's put Knox Black on the tail of them. So Mason Kwong is now your race leader. They go up the hill, and the man who won the final last week from Hong Kong has got himself into the lead once again. Peter Pongpak Satumnu second from Knox Black in third. Final hairpin onto the home stretch. 4 laps remaining now. As Peter Pongpak Satumnu has got to try and fight back on his teammate Mason Kwong. Then Black, Singh, and then it's on a Chatkul from Lederer, Subhavanichanon and Ridwan. Kwong keeps his cart nice and steady in the middle of the road. Up the inside, Knox Black! Wonderful overtake from Knox Black. P2 from the flying Aussie. Really good run. Oh, big dive back from Satumnu. Knox Black wasn't prepared for the ferocity of that one. And that shunted Knox Black back into the path of Aryan Singh and Posharana Chatkul. Knox Black will not be happy about it. But with 4 laps to go, he's still got a good cart underneath him. He just doesn't want to lose too much ground now as Kwong has daylight between himself and Satumnu. Aryan Singh gets the move there. So Aryan Singh into third position, gets ahead of Knox Black. So Black is now down to 4th position, having once been second. He's now in P4. Tricky move there as Aryan Singh gets the overtake. 3rd position for the 7 racing driver from the UAE. So with 3 laps to go as they cross the line this time by, there's a warning flag, an investigation, from Peter Pongpak Satumnu for contact. Now, if that turns into a warning flag, he's going to get a 5-second penalty that goes with it. As up the inside, Knox Black comes back into 3rd position on the inside of Aryan Singh. And now the move comes from Posharana Chatkul. He gets into 4th place and makes the overtake. Aryan Singh's going to come straight back at him. Brilliant swapping and trading of places in junior. So if Peter Pongpak Satumnu is ruled as being at fault in the contact there between himself and Knox Black, he could get a 5-second penalty with a warning flag, and that will drop him out of the top 5 for sure. So Peter Pongpak Satumnu trying to close on his teammate Mason Kwong. He can't think about a potential penalty. He's just got to go for it and see if he can get himself up the front. But certainly for Mason Kwong, it looks good as he leads the way. 2nd place for Peter Pongpak Satumnu. Singh, Black, Posharana Chatkul. Well, now that Knox Black's gone into 3rd, he's right on the toe again of the 2 DRM Paralins. So Singh back down to 4th, chasing now is Posharana Chatkul. 2 laps to go, and a Chatkul trying to dive through for the inside line of the next apex. Well held by Aryan Singh. And a Chatkul tries again. He's going to wait, I think, for the right-hander. If he's got a chance at the inside line, he'll try and take it. But he doesn't want to rush the overtake. He's got to try and balance himself here. Can't go too ugly early. It's got to be very smooth as he works his focus forward. Kwong, Satumnu, Black, Singh, and a Chatkul. Then Lederer, Subhavanichanon, Ridwan, Bunyaradkalin, and Sanjana Dandu. Still a chance here on the 4th place man. So Anna Chatkul trying to get closer. Lederer is there on his own in no man's land in P6. Really struggling to stay close with the top 5 now. Those tyres really are screaming. And there is a warning flag for contact for Peter Pongpak Satumnu. That comes with a 5-second penalty. And that's going to drop Satumnu out of 2nd place. He will drop currently to P7 if it stays like this. Last lap. So Kwong is leading. but Satumnu has the black and white flag. That comes with a 5-second penalty, adjudged to have been given to him for contact. So now the battle is raging. Is that the move at the inside line? Kwong is defending. He's covering his teammate Satumnu. Satumnu's got a penalty. I'm not sure if Kwong knows about it. So Kwong is trying to hold on to his position. Satumnu's trying to get past him. They're going to go side by side, the teammates. Here comes Knox Black. Thanks, boys. You squabble amongst yourselves. I'll catch up on both of you. Knox Black waits for the undercut. It's lovely from Black, but he can't quite make it stick. Satumnu's going to protect the inside line. Kwong's going to have the victory in his pocket. Knox Black doesn't need to push this. He's got second no matter what, because Peter Pompak Satumnu will have the penalty that comes post-race with the black and white flag. But Mason Kwong is going to get the victory as Black again attacks on Satumnu. Kwong looks over his shoulder. Thanks, boys. I'm off. He'll grab the victory. Mason Kwong triumphant in front of Satumnu on the road, but it will be Black in reality. Satumnu's 5-second penalty will dock him all the way back to a very disappointing 8th place behind INF1NITY. So it will be Kwong from Black, Singh, Anuchatkul and Lederer, then Sivavanichanon, Ridwan and Satumnu once the penalty's been applied, and then Sanjana Dandu and Kitanutabat Banyaratkulin will be in the top 10 in front of Venisaman, Georgella, Konchal, Wafi, Jihang, and then Yamchan from Santoso, Rashid Amadaseri, Rajamanikam and Sahil Singh, who failed to complete the second lap. Well, a fantastic start to proceedings then for Mason Kwong, a fighter's drive. His teammate sadly coming up with a warning flag, and that will come with a 5-second penalty applied. That promotes Knox Black and Aryan Singh up the order. A very exciting start then for Mason Kwong. Exactly where he wanted to be after the start. Second on the grid. Not easy to win from the outside of the front row, but the man from Hong Kong got a very solid start, slotted himself into that second place spot, and has really made the race come alive for him. Fantastic stuff for Mason Kwong, winner of the final last week in the first round of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. And here in the first heat of the IAME Asia Pacific Games, in the junior category, he has already come through for his first win of the weekend. My goodness me, it's hot down here. This really is the kiln of karting as the drivers are getting themselves back into the holding area after a very smooth race. But for Mason Kwong, it was the smoothest of all. He manages to grab himself a first win of the weekend in fantastic fashion. So the kart is going on the trolley. Mason Kwong will be perfectly happy with the way things have worked out for him. And as he brings his kart back into the holding area, a very happy Mason Kwong indeed. What a solid start to the weekend for the man from Hong Kong. Couldn't really have gone any better for him that first race, and he runs through very smoothly. Let's have a word with Mason. I'm just behind you, mate. Mason, good start. That was a very tricky opening race for you, but from the second position on the grid, you got a good start and really set the race up from there. Talk us through it.
I wouldn't really say the start was very good because I got hit when I turned in twice, but it was a good recovery for me because I think from a 1 second gap to first is really good. The last lap was pretty hard. I was defending against my teammate, but I managed to keep the lead.
How much more intense is the tyre degradation this week compared to last week with all the rubber that was washed away yesterday in the rain? How much tougher is it to keep the tyres going?
It's a very tough this time because especially it's very hot, and yesterday because of the sudden rain it washed all the rubber away and it's very hard to get a good time.
Okay, well, a good race so far, Mason. Let's see if you get another good job in the second. Good luck for that. Great start for Mason Kwong. The drivers already setting off to get their engines fired up for racing in the cadet competition. But Mason Kwong starting things in a very strong fashion here as we continue and crack on with the IAME Asia Pacific Games in the Cadet X30 group. What a battle this is going to be. So the cadets are warming up their tyres and brakes. We're going through the positions on your screens. Front row of the grid for Darren Artagani with Shaba Basalama, Pimpet Kieran Fatai and Kalen Delsey, then Chano Schwan, Liba Lewis Kanan, Max Schilling and Shaggy Cheng, Felix Sim, Wong Si Yang, Brida Tsiong and Jun Karato, from Mohamed Fawibuo, George Patrizi, Jared Zhong and Thutamin Set. Then we have Shiv Tamala and Zhang Lin Yi from Kenzia Razananda and Aditya Pratap, the Indian talent. Michaela Draper is alongside Oliver King Yuwono, Joshua Tan beside Ayanish Patel. And then bringing up the rear of the grid, we have Roger Gunn, Chotanin Itikarara and Saif Zulkarnain from Malaysia. 27 drivers ready for another exciting battle in Cadet Heat 1 for this weekend. It's very quick fire, these races. Knit two together. And for the cadet contenders, it's definitely going to be an exciting battle from the outset. Darren Artagani, his first pole position as a cadet in the IAME Series Asia paddock. But here for the IAME Asia Pacific Games, it's going to be very intense right from the outset. So as the drivers warm up the tyres and brakes to get them ready for racing, not that you need to warm up much in these conditions, it's definitely going to be a very tricky race battle for everyone concerned. The intensity is going to be very tight up at the sharp end. And according to the Met Office, we're already very hot and intense indeed. There is apparently a 60% chance that we're going to get rain in the city of Kuala Lumpur at 4 p.m. Whether that relates to us or not, we don't know. That's the problem with the LYL circuit. The weather forecast means very little. The only way to tell is to look to the Monkeys Canopy Resort Hotel. If there are black clouds there, there's going to be rain here. And certainly at the moment, if I look out, well, there's white clouds, but there's certainly no rain clouds there. So for the moment, we can just be calm and we can be careful and cautious. So Darren Artagani and Shabil Basalama getting themselves ready on the front row of the 27 driver cadet starting grid. All of them gunning for their first race of the weekend and the race for the golden ticket that will take them to the IAME Warriors final in Viterbo in October. So as the drivers prepare for another exciting duel in cadets, it's going to be Ghani, Basalama, Kiran Fatai, Delsey, Chan, Kanan and Schilling. Off we go. No, not yet, not yet. It's a false start on this occasion. So a false start then from our drivers in cadet as they will go around again. And that's a little bit of a difficulty for the drivers as they get themselves warmed up again. I'm going to find the man who managed to grab a brilliant opening race there on his debut, Knox Black. Well, you made an impression on your first race then. That was pretty exciting in juniors. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was just, we just got unlucky with the drop down and contact, but it was good, fastest lap, and we'll see how we go in the other heats.
You certainly showed that you're here to win right from the outset. In the second heat, you now know how difficult it's going to be. Can we expect a bit more from you?
Yeah, hope so.
Great stuff, Knox. Well done.
Thank you.
Great start and a fantastic kickoff for the Australian talent in junior. You'll see a lot more from him today, tomorrow. So I think we're going to get to see a lot from the cadets now as they will get themselves back into position once again. Not the cleanest of starts, unfortunately, for Darren Artagani and Shabal Basalama. Oh, a little bit of concertinaing through the field as well as drivers are not prepared for how slow the kart in front of them is going to be. There was a little bit of nudging and knocking there. It looks like we could have a couple of karts with a dropped front fairing before the race even begins. You've got to be careful when you're approaching the back of the train. And so the cadet drivers will form up over the crest of the bridge. And when they drop down the far side, we'll get to see what these contenders are made of as we get under race trim. An all-Indonesian DRM Paralympic front row. Ghani from Basalama. Then Kirang Fatai, Delsey, Chan, Kanan, Schilling, Zhang, Sim and Wong. Then Tsiong, Jun, Wibowo, Patrizi, Zhong, Set, Tumala, Zhong, Edizananda, Pratap, Draper, King Yuwono, Tan, Patil, Gun, Itukararat and Zulkarnain as they come off the final turn. This time are we racing? Yes, we are. Great start from the outside, but Salama's going to try and break through past his teammate Daranata Ghani, but it's not going to happen. The inside line's broken clear. It's going to be Ghani from Kurung Fatai, Chan and Schelling as they break through. Lots of squabbling of the decks as they go through to the hairpin for the first time. Will we get through cleanly in Cadet? A couple of drivers running wide, but other than that, everyone's still on the racetrack. So definitely a squabble up front as there's a couple of jocks for position. A big dive through from one of the barrel arts in the middle of the pack. That's Felix Sim, and there's contact further back. Couple of drivers having to get back up to speed again. 3 drivers joining in at the back of the field. So there's already a couple of squabbles in the deck. It's Mohamed Fawibuo that's dropped back. Wibuo and Oliver King Uono along with Raja Gun. So those 3 have dropped a long way back. Meanwhile, it's a big battle as there's Max Schilling dueling away for, is that second position? It is, you know, goodness me. Schilling has already got up into P2 in front of Daranata Ghani with Pimpat Kurung Fatai, the man who leads the way. So Pimpat Kurung Fatai is your leader for the Stratos team. So Kurung Fatai is your leader. Schilling, Ghani, Zhang, Sim, Chan, Basalama, Patrizi, Zhang and Wong. Off the final turn and down the home stretch, and already we've got a big shuffle. 1 lap down and 7 to go. Up to the first turn, that's a big charge forward from Felix Sim, who's already battling away with Chan Oshwan as Schilling jocks in with Kurung Fatai. So Pimpat Kurung Fatai going well. Schilling in second from Ghani, Zhang, Chan Oshwan, Felix Sim, and then Shababa Salama from George Patrizi. Top 3 unchanged, but it looks as though the Singhar back to Kurung Fatai. Holding on for the Stratos Motorsport team. Schilling's going to try and get the switcheroo and dive up the inside. Not a lot of gap to play with. Daranata Ghani now tucking in behind him, trying to go for the overtake as well. Here goes Schilling, late move! And he's there in the lead. The man from Hong Kong, Max Schilling, heads into first position. Daranata Ghani is now going to try and join Kurung Fatai as Schilling holds him up a little bit through the hairpin. And here comes the man in P4. That is Zhongyi Cheng. Zhongyi Cheng for Peak by Racing Plus. Now up into 4th position, closing in on Daranata Ghani. So Max Schilling over the top of the crest, looking good. 2nd place, Pimpat Kurung Fatai, who's really defending. Oh, and wide goes Daranata Ghani. Now, was there a little bit of contact with Zhongyi Cheng, the Chinese driver? Very tough to tell as they went down the hill. But certainly Daranata Ghani goes out wide as a result. Chan Oshwan, Shababa Salama, Ryder Tsiong, Wong Siyang, George Patrizi and Felix Sim in the top 10. But Max Schilling is the big mover, 7th on the grid and now leads. Big slide from Daranata Ghani. As again the back end steps out onto the marbles. Again he nearly loses control. Well, 1 lap in qualifying does not a race win make by the look of it. As Chan Oshwan has got through and I think Shababa Salama is trying to get through as well. So Schilling, Kurung Fatai and Zhongyi Cheng. 3 different teams, top 3 positions. Kurung Fatai just moving to cover. Big slide on the inside, nearly hit Schilling as they go through the hairpin. That was big commitment from Pimpat Kurung Fatai. But as a result, he's now having to defend to cover from Zhongyi Cheng. So Zhongyi Cheng wants to get through, the Chinese talent from Peak Racing by Racing Plus, wanting to get through in his 2nd place. Schilling looking good on the DRM parallel up front. 2nd for Kurung Fatai. And here comes Zhongyi Cheng over the top of the crest. Will he dive for the inside? He's too far back here. Through the left, tucks up, gets back, ready for the right. Out of the final turn. And it will be 3 laps done and 5 to go. So Schilling, Kurung Fatai and Zhang. Then it is Chan Oshwan in front of Daranata Ghani, Shababa Salama, Ryder Tsiong, Wong Siyang, George Patrizi and Kaylin Delsey. As again, Kurung Fatai tries to get close to Schilling on the toe. And a big dive around the outside of Kaylin Delsey. Comes the 6 of Felix Sim. So Felix Sim is trying to get on terms there with Kaylin Delsey. Kaylin Delsey was a rookie driver last year. Now he's got the experience of last year, but finding it difficult in the pack. So Schilling, Kurung Fatai and Zhang. Looking for a bid to work their way further forward as Kurung Fatai tries again on the defense. Big slide from Kurung Fatai. Zhongyi Cheng still trying to make the moves come into his corner. Diving to the inside line to protect his move as Shababa Salama closes up on his teammate Daranata Ghani with support from Ryder Tsiong. Ryder Tsiong, the Australian, still going well for Rush Performance. Up the hill. Looks as though Kurung Fatai is under real jeopardy here from Zhongyi Cheng. Zhongyi Cheng's really going quickly over the top of the crest and he's got the toe. Watch out for Chan Oshwan. Chan Ho Xuan is closing in as well now, as the battle for second place is about to intensify in the toe. Schilling's not done yet in the lead. 4 done and 4 to go, but there's going to be big toe here. And Kyungfatai may get a chance to go for the lead of this race on the far side. So Schilling, Kyungfatai, Zhang and Chan. Basalama's now got ahead of Darren Artagani. So that's Basalama into P4, into P5 now. Right, oh, we've got a yellow flag, big off. Big off at turn 3. Someone's gone clean off the road. That is the 19. So that is Jared Zhang. Jared Zhang. Oh, and an off, that's the 44 is gone now as well. That's Chotanin Yatakara, that. And also off is one of the CRGs. That's 39. That's Jun Karato. Jun Karato's gone around as well. Well, they've both recovered. But certainly the Thai drivers really struggling in this cadet race at the moment. Schilling is your leader. Then Kyungfatai, Zhang and Chan. Watch out for P5 downwards. We've got Basalama, Garni, Tsiong and Wang Xiang. Then Patrizi and Kaylin Delsey in the top 10 from Felix Sim and Thutamin Set. So we want to see how this one continues, but Schilling's not got as much of a lead as he wants here. Off the final turn, 5 done, 3 to go. It's not going to be easy. Here comes Chan Ho Xuan. Chan Ho Xuan closing up on Zhang Yichen. And Pimpa Kyungfatai is going to be right on touch with Max Schilling. Schilling's going to have to cover his line here. Will he be able to hold on the inside? Yes, he does. Lovely defending from the man from Hong Kong. So Classic Max holds on in the lead. Kyungfatai is backed into the path of his Chinese rivals. They're both going to take the middle of the road there. So Zhang Yichen with a chance to go forward, and he's got to take it because he's got Chan Ho Xuan right behind him. Look, the queue is moving forward. That's Darren Artagani. He's going to try and get side by side with Basalama. So Darren Artagani tucks back in behind his teammate, down to the braking zone for the hairpin of the left-hander. Back on the power, out of the radiant. Look at Zhang Yichen really starting to up the ante on Kyungfatai, who again covers the inside line. He does not want the Chinese driver to get through. They run together at the hairpin. Kyungfatai, middle of the road. Zhang Yichen trying to dive through and get the undercut on the inside line up the crest. Kyungfatai really holding on here in second place. Middle of the road. No way left, no way right. This is great defense from Kyungfatai. But it is backing up the pack. Here comes the bit on the inside as Shaba Basalama gets into 4th position now in front of Chan Ho Xuan. So Basalama comes forward. Don't tell me he's going to get another one on the inside of Zhang Yichen. Shaba Basalama now into 3rd position. Great work. So Basalama diving his way through, picking them off one by one. Ryder Tsiong now comes through on the inside of Darren Artagani. He gets his overtake. And so Basalama now into 3rd position. And now back down behind Chan Ho Xuan. Chan Ho Xuan has found his way back through into 3rd place. So it's now Schilling, Kyungfatai, Chan Ho Xuan and Shaba Basalama. So Shaba Basalama now having to defend from Zhang Yichen. Chinese driver trying to get through past the Indonesian. Bit of a run wide from Kyungfatai. This is great news for Schilling. Not as lot of pressure on him now as they go into the chicane. They'll turn out from the hairpin, under the bridge and climbing up the crest once more. But it's Schilling, Kyungfatai, Chan and Basalama. So far, Kyungfatai wants to get rid of the guys behind him and focus on the man up front. If he can get back in the toe, up towards the first couple of corners, he might get a run into turn 3. Schilling's got to be smart here. Out of the hairpin, he knows that Kyungfatai will be close, but will he be close enough to challenge into that first corner across the line? Wham, wham, wham as they come through. Schilling, Kyungfatai, Chan Ho Xuan and Basalama. Final lap of the first heat of the weekend in Yami Asia Pacific Games. So Schilling, Kyungfatai, Chan and Basalama. The top 4 really have broken clear now from Zhang Yichen, Ryder Tsiong, Wang Xiang and Darren Artagani. And unfortunately, it's game over for Chotanin Yatakara. He's already parked it on the inside of the infield at turn 3. So Pimpa Kyungfatai trying to get ahead of Max Schilling, who in turn has got Chan Ho Xuan behind him, who has got Shaba Basalama behind him. Back straight. Kyungfatai not close enough to Schilling. Here comes Basalama inside line. Oh, both men! Oh, very nearly loses it all as a result. The momentum kicks him back down to P4. So Basalama tried to get into P2, didn't work out. So Pimpa Kyungfatai still in 2nd place. But as they come under the bridge, they're going to run out of opportunities for an overtake here. And as they climb the crest, the first race of the weekend is going to complete after a thrilling duel in Cadet X30. But guess what, folks? We've still got 3 more of these to go. But it's certainly a great way to start the weekend for the man from Hong Kong. From B7 on the grid to B1, Max Schilling is going to get the first heat. Schilling wins it from Kuren Fatai. Third is Jiano Xuan. Fourth is Basalama from Zhang Yicheng. Wang Yang, Ryder Tiong, Darren Artagani, Kaylin Delsey, and George Patrizi. What a start for Max Schilling. B7 to B1. What a charge for the man from Hong Kong. Do you know, they only handed their entry in for IAME Asia Pacific Games on Tuesday. But what a start to the weekend for the man who nearly wasn't here at all. So he may have had a difficult one in qualifying, but he came through from the depths. Perhaps pole position is not the place to start in Cadet X30, as Max Schilling has just taken all the pressure off him and now charges his way. If he can do that 2 more times, he sets himself up so nicely for the final tomorrow. But it certainly shows that DRM Paralin mean business right from the outset. A flamboyant start in Cadet X30. So many great talents. Shababa Salama fighting his way back after a difficult start. Great run from Kuren Fatai. Really good to see Pimpat getting a really strong race out of it from the outset. And it's great to see the ever-increased performances of the likes of George Patrizi, now right up there in the top 10 and starting to knock on the door of top 5s. A very strong start indeed as our drivers come through after a brilliant race in Cadet X30. And that was just the first of 4. They've got another heat, a super heat, and the final to come tomorrow. And the winner of that, of course, will be getting that golden ticket to go to the finals of IAME in the Warriors finals at Viterbo in Rome in October. But what a start for the number 92. He's going to work his way through on the weighbridge. Great performance from Max Schilling. P7 on the grid to come through for the victory. Is everything a-okay? Looks like the front fairing's in place. Looks like the weight is okay. So what a cracking start for Max Schilling. From the 4th row of the grid up into a P1 position. He's much happier after that. Let's have a word with Max Schilling. Max, you might have looked a little bit glum after qualifying, but after that race, a fantastic start. This is a very special circuit to you after you got your first final win here last year in Infinity Asia. Now, here this weekend, a good start. Talk us through the race.
I mean, at the start, the inside is always the advantage, so stuck with the guy in front of me. Then turn 3 was just like, oh my god, it was chaos. So basically, I just went for the inside, just avoided all the chaos there. And in the end, I was just in the top and did my thing in the end, I guess. So.
Well, you've got another race like that later on because you'll have to start from 7th again. But if you can continue that going into tomorrow and be closer to the front, how confident are you on tyres? It's a lot hotter than last week.
I mean, on this track especially, it's longer, so you don't want to scrub his tires as much. Plus, with the heat, it doesn't make it that much better. So, I guess I have to play conservative for the next couple of races. Heat 1, Heat 2, I'm just going to go for it because I want to start further in front, but maybe Heat 3, Super Heat. At Super Heat at the end, maybe go for it. Heat 3 is just basically control the tires. That's all, I guess.
Smart driving, good solid start. We'll see you again for Heat 2. Good luck.
Thank you.
Excellent start from Max Schilling. Really, really smart race there, considering how frenetic it got in the first couple of corners of the race there. Some very strong performances, particularly from young Zhang Yichen, the Chinese drivers, really starting to pick up the pace here. Ryder Tiong still very confident in only his 2nd week in the paddock. Unfortunate this time for Darren Artagani. I think there's still good opportunity for him when he gets to go off pole position again in the 2nd cadet heat later. But the Masters are already venturing out onto the pre-grid, so let's not miss their first encounter of the weekend. And so we get ourselves underway for the first of the Master X30 heats of the weekend that lead us on to the IAME Asia Pacific Games finale tomorrow. Very good work so far from the contenders. Just a reminder to everybody here in the paddock that we have our welcome dinner tonight over at the Crafty Gang Bar at 6:35 p.m. Every single person in the paddock is welcome to attend, so please make sure if you're there tonight, you are very welcome indeed. Takaharu Nakamori and Luke Armstrong front row the grid for this one from Wong Kefei and Peter Chua. Then Wetasak Yamchan, last year's IAME Asia champion, alongside Havrath Zaralo, returning once again. Ian Willock alongside Tiru Kumaran. And then Darren Hollywood Formosa alongside Kenneth Sim. Luke Purser doing much better this week alongside Desmond Lau. And then we have Jonathan Lee from Kelvin Koo, Zadi Zilkanine, and at the back of the grid, it's Scott Wood for HB Karting. 16 Masters in the Master X30 Brigade this weekend as they bid for a ticket for the IAME Warriors final in Viterbo. Any one of them could get the job done, but certainly there's already an intense rivalry this weekend brewing between the Japanese star Takaharu Nakamori, returning to the field after being a photographer for Sero Kojima for the last 2 years. And second on the grid, Luke Armstrong, the Australian for Simon Racing, back in the paddock again, fresh off the triumphs of his fantastic race weekend in Macau in December when he duelled for the IAME Asia Finals up against the likes of Kip Foster, who went on to win the final, and the legend of our sport, Davide Fore of Italy. Wow, what an amazing showdown that was. Luke Armstrong has said that even though he has no sign of Kip Foster or Davide Fore in the paddock this weekend, he has no illusions that this is going to be an easy weekend at all. Every driver's found it almost impossible compared to last week to get the car set up. The difference in the weather conditions on Thursday and Friday have definitely taken their toll on this place. All the rubber that was put down on the circuit last week that made the circuit fairly predictable has now gone. There's a wash of marbles on the runoff areas and certainly on the outer lines. And if the drivers get even one wheel on those marbles, forget it. You're going to have an absolute nightmare out on the circuit. It's great to see everybody putting in such a fantastic duel here in LYL. But this could be one of the toughest Master X30 battles we're going to see in the entire 2026 season. The IAME Asia Pacific Games, these 4 races will definitely showcase the men from the boys in Master X30. Sadly, no females in the field in Master X30 yet. I know there's definitely going to be a handful of them who will want to have a look at it over the age of 30 and still want to go racing, ladies. This is the class to do it. This is as close to Formula One as you can get without 20 million quid. So down the drop and on the run to the final hairpin. Nakamori versus Armstrong. Both on Cosmics, both on different teams, would you believe? 7 Racing with Musashino versus Simon Racing. The Australian versus the Japanese on pole. Then Wong Kefei, Peter Chua, Yamchan, Willock, Kumaran, Formosa, Sim and Purser. Are we going to get started straight away with a clean getaway? We are! Cracking start from Nakamori already. Big thruster of grit from the man in third place, Wong Kefei, trying to work his way through in his third position. He's managed to get there on the inside of Peter Chua, and he's through. Very nicely done. Big run wide further back. Not sure who that was going sideways. I think that might have been Tiru Kumaran in the RL Karting Birala, sliding out sideways and dropping back. So we'll try and figure out as Armstrong now leads the way in front of his rival Nakamori. So with Armstrong in front of Nakamori, this is going to be an interesting challenge. Off on the curb comes Wong Kefei, the Chinese driver, now up to third position in front of Peter Chua. Already Nakamori is going defensive down to the braking zone of the hairpin as Yamchan has come up to 5th place. Kumaran's dropped out wide as the rest of the field work their way through. Up to the chicane, and Armstrong has the advantage over Nakamori. Up to the inside, trying to make a dive on the inside of Peter Chua. Comes Wetasak Yamchan. Yamchan not quite able to get that dive on the inside. Then it's Formosa. He's come through on Kumaran. So Formosa now finds himself in P6. What a charge forward from the Aussie. Down the drop, up to the final hairpin, and Armstrong's got all sorts of pressure. He's got Nakamori and Wong Kefei right on him, and Wong Kefei's going to have the toe here on the back of Nakamori. So Nakamori and Wong Kefei are going to go straight after Armstrong. They're absolutely eating up the road, and Armstrong is going to have absolutely no response. They're going to try and go either way. Here up the inside comes Nakamori and Armstrong. Can he finish the move? They're still side by side, and Nakamori is there. He's got through. Wong Kefei's going to squeeze Armstrong. He's through in a second place. Great run from the Chinese star. So Armstrong down to third. Terrific dueling already as now Takaharu Nakamori leads the way from Wong Cafe and Luke Armstrong. P4, Peter Chua. P5, Wedesa Kamchan. P6, Darren Formosa. Tucking through on the far side of the hairpin then and going up towards the chicane that leads to the bridge. Definitely going to be tricky stuff as the racers tiptoe their way through each apex, kissing the curb on the inside line, trying to tuck it out on the far side. Wedesa Kamchan trying to close up on Peter Chua once more. Formosa's got good pace, and there's Harith bin Zaralo just in front of Kenneth Sim. So Kenneth Sim, the independent Singaporean, going over the top of the break. P8 in front of Kumuran, Willock, Purser, Koo, Jokanine, and Scott Wood. Looks like Desmond Lau already in trouble behind Jonathan Lee. And Desmond Lau going no further. 2 laps done. 8 to go in the Masters heat, and Nakamori has now got problems on the inside from Wong Cafe. Wong Cafe comes through and becomes the 3rd different leader in as many laps. So Armstrong led, he got passed by Nakamori. Now Nakamori's led and he's got passed by Wong Cafe. So we've got 3 different race leaders, and all 3 of them are still mixing it for the top position. Nakamori tries again, looking for a move on the DRM Paralin. He really has got good pace on the Cosmic, but so too does Armstrong. And look out, here comes Peter Chua. Dive for the inside, Nakamori back to the lead, but a lovely slingshot retaliation. Wong Cafe tries to undercut, can't make it, and that's really tucked up the field. And still Nakamori completes it. So Nakamori into the lead. The Japanese star has got the lead, but now the concertina effect. We've got a train now. Nakamori is the steam locomotive, and the carriages are chomping at the bit. Up over the top of the crest. Wong Cafe tightens up. Armstrong, Chua, Yamchan, Formosa, Zaralo. They're all in the mix for the win now. Out of the final turn. Now we're going to get Wong Cafe pushing Takaharu Nakamori. He wants to get away in the tow. As Formosa has dropped a couple of seconds back after a duel with Kumuran and Sim. Ian Willock's struggling to keep up with as well. It's not really going Ian Willock's way this weekend. After pole position last week, the Singaporeans really struggling for grip. So Nakamori, Wong, Armstrong, then Peter Chua, and Wedesa Kamchan, still having a great time of it in P5. Looking for a strong push off the turn as they go back down the short stretch. 5 drivers all gunning for the win. Formosa leads the 2nd pack, but he's got a bit of breathing space now because Willock has come through in front of Zim and Zaralo. Luke Purser's doing a good job this week. He's got in front of Kelvin Koo and Zaidi Zulkarnain. From Scott Wood, Jonathan Lee, and all kinds of problems now for Tiru Kumuran. Has he even come around this time? I think Tiru Kumuran's got a problem. So Tiru Kumuran in real trouble. And Formosa's dropped back. Something's happened to Formosa. Formosa's lost about 5 places. He's down to P11. So something's gone very badly wrong for Formosa. Kumuran's in some trouble. And Formosa's now slipped back. So here comes Wong Cafe challenging for the lead as he tries to come right round the outside up on the top, and Armstrong's going to get through. Armstrong's going to make the bid. Well, Jonathan Lee and Tiru Kumuran have not come through. Jonathan Lee now does so. Tiru Kumuran's not going any further. Big slide from Wong Cafe to take the lead, but he drifts wide on the curbs. Oh, up in the air as he tries to hang on from Nakamori, but the Japanese driver remains in front. Now Wong Cafe's going to lose out to Armstrong. He slips in a 2nd. So Wong Cafe really struggling for grip as Yamchan dives. P4 for Yamchan. So Wedesa Kamchan gets in front of Peter Chua. That's P4 for the tie. So Nakamori, Wong Cafe, now behind Armstrong. Then Yamchan ahead of Chua. And then it's Ian Willock, who is in P6 in front of Harith Zaralo, Kenneth Sim, Luke Purser, Kelvin Koo, Darren Formosa, and Zaidi Zulkarnain. A very different race week compared to last week, isn't it? Up at the front, Nakamori, Armstrong, and Wong Cafe in front of the man who won last week, Wedesa Kamchan. Then Peter Chua, then Ian Willock. You add Nakamori, Armstrong, and Wong to the fray, and things are very different indeed. So Luke Armstrong going after Nakamori once again. So Takaharu Nakamori looking for a good move to get away from Armstrong and Wong. Rather hopes those two will start battling so he can get a bit of clearance. But so far, Yamchan is putting pressure on Wong. Chua is not far away from them. And then further back, we've got Willock, Zaralo, Sim, Purser, Koo, Formosa, Jokanine, Wood, and Jonathan Lee. Still, they rage blow and crack their cheeks as they run through in the chicane. Very sharp work from Luke Armstrong. trying to work his way through under the bridge. Yam Chan starting to gear up close to Wong Cafe. Wong Cafe looking very hungry, the Chinese driver. Hoping to get a little more speed off the turn. Down the drop, Armstrong back in the toe of Nakamori. When he comes through this time, there'll only be 3 left. 4 left, my apologies. 4 left in the race. So 4 laps to go for Nakamori and Armstrong. Armstrong still pushing on with his pink Mika Hakkinen tribute helmet. Luke Armstrong, second place, looking very tidy as he works his way through on the far side. Trying his best to put pressure on the Japanese driver with the polka dot helmet design. Nakamori defending to the inside line. He clearly feels that the Cosmic doesn't have a lot more grunt in it than that. So Wong Cafe looking for his bid to come past. Armstrong going wheel to wheel in the Cosmic. Nakamori pulls across. No, you don't. And now Wong Cafe trying to get past Armstrong. Armstrong's really getting irritated here. He needs to get ahead of the defending Nakamori, and soon, because the train is getting close again. Wong Cafe, Yam Chan, and Peter Chua all tightened up once more. Armstrong trying to get through. Come on, man, put your foot down or get out of the way. Over the top of the crest. Armstrong getting frustrated here. Now we're going to see a real after effect in the draft. This is where things are going to get pretty tricky. Back across the line. And Nakamori has Armstrong, Wong, Yam Chan and Chua for close company. They're going to be eating up the road in the train. Up through the crest, down towards turn 3. And again, Nakamori covers the inside line. He knows that Armstrong is going to be attacking relentlessly. Wong Cafe right with him. Out through the hairpin. Again, Nakamori covers that inside line. He just doesn't feel comfortable that the Cosmic's got the grunt. Armstrong, Wong, Yam Chan and Chua as close together as that, as second in it when they came across the sector line last time. Nakamori again covers the middle of the road. The grid tightens up in the top 5. Nobody's brave enough to go for the big gung-ho maneuver. Nakamori again covers. Armstrong is getting so annoyed here. Out through the hairpin. Back under the bridge again, and Armstrong tries again to cut that inside line. But it's so difficult up the hill because that part of the circuit gets very slippery in the best of times. When you haven't got any rubber to go down on the road, it's even worse. It's like ice cubes bolted to the tires. Out through the final hairpin. Armstrong still in the toe. Nakamori, Armstrong, Wong, Yam Chan, Chua. Long way back to Chua and Willock. Back to Willock and Sim, sorry. Then Zarilo, Purser, Formosa. Nakamori again. Covers that inside line for dear life. Armstrong trying to get him over the inside. Wong Cafe challenges Armstrong. Not going to happen. Yam Chan right in behind as well. Wants to go for 3rd position. Well covered again by the Chinese. Everywhere you look in Master X30, there's something to focus on. Nakamori and Armstrong, 1 and 2. Behind them, we've got Wong Cafe, Yam Chan and Peter Chua. Yam Chan covers Chua and also tries to attack on Wong Cafe. But here comes Armstrong again, going full guns blazing onto Takaharu Nakamori. But Takaharu Nakamori, the very talented 7 racing driver from Tokyo, pushing hard here in the lead, but he's got so much opposition. Up over the top of the crest. And the Australian Luke Armstrong, based out of Singapore, 34 years of age, pushing hard as he comes off the turn. He's got 1 lap to try and get past the Japanese ace. Here we go then, last chance, let's see what you've got. Through turn 1 and 2, Armstrong still just keeping a check on Nakamori, going right round the far side, alongside him through the hairpin. Oh, Armstrong level with Nakamori round the outside radius of turn 3. Genuinely thought for a moment he could stick it to the inside of the left-hander and finish the job. So Nakamori, Armstrong, Wong, come on guys, it's only the first heat. I need some oxygen for the second, the superheat and the final. And here comes Armstrong, leaves it to the last moment. Tank snaps it, runs wide on the marbles, and he's gonna drop to 3rd if he's not careful. Round the outside comes Wong Cafe, and Armstrong holds his nerve. Oh, goodness me. Armstrong made the bid, but unfortunately he slid out onto the marbles, and that cost him the lead. So it looks like it's going to be the Japanese ace, Takaharu Nakamori. He kept Armstrong sweating throughout, and so the pole man keeps his position. A tough old race, lots of overtakes, but it will be Takaharu Nakamori on his comeback drive who gets the victory in Master X30. Great start from Nakamori. Armstrong second from Wongcafe, Yamchad, and Peter Chua from Willock and Kenneth Sim. Then it is Harrod Zaralo in front of Luke Purser and Darren Formosa in the top 10. Wow, what a tough mission it was for Takaharu Nakamori. That was really tricky for the Japanese star to hold on to. And somehow, despite the onslaught from Luke Armstrong, he's been able to keep this race firmly in his hands. That was very difficult to arbitrate there. Really tricky stuff. So, we now have two men from Hong Kong and a Japanese ace who have taken the victories so far this weekend in the IAME Asia Pacific Games. Still a lot to do. Don't forget, we've still got 2 heats of senior X30s to come. But certainly a fantastic start in Master X30 for Takaharu Nakamori, the Japanese driver going into this weekend the way he wanted to. A flying victory, just as we saw from Mason Kwong and from Max Schilling earlier on in their classes. Master X30 victory then for Takaharu Nakamori. He'll be very happy indeed with that. Luke Armstrong second. He'll be frustrated, but I think he'll be content after the start to the weekend he had. He was very frustrated. Nothing was going really right, so the fact that he's now there in P2 with a chance to go for the final tomorrow, he won't have put everything on the table today. He will have left something back. So a very good start indeed. Well, Master X30's definitely been very tricky to predict, that's for sure. But certainly for the man on form, it's Mr. Polka Dot who's come through for the top spot. Takaharu Nakamori, a very tough race battle aboard his Cosmic. And what a great start. Let's have a word with the Japanese star, Takaharu. What a great first race. That was very, very difficult. There was a lot of opposition from the likes of Wongcafe, from Luke Armstrong. You had to work really hard there to hold on to the advantage. I'll let you get the helmet off so you can have a talk with us, Takaharu, don't worry. Just wanted to see how tricky it was with the tyres after those 5 minutes in qualifying, and very tricky, of course, for you to hold on to in the lead. Just talk us through what the race was like out there at the front.
I feel big difference from the qualifying. So tire also different. Now no speed, but I have less craft. 3 years ago, but 3 years no race, but still I couldn't do it.
So not bad considering you've been out of the seat for 3 years. Going into the second race later, how confident are you that you can make it happen a second time?
Still studying, so don't have confidence. For Sunday, I get confident, then push. That's it.
Well, very good so far, Takaharu. Well done, buddy.
Thank you.
And if that's a man who's got no confidence, I'd love to see what he's like when he's got some. Everybody else just working their way in. Some really good performances. You can tell that the pace of the circuit is a lot slower compared to last week. So everybody's going to be finding that pretty tricky going into the next phase of the day. And interestingly, just check out over the mountains, we've got some rain clouds coming. There is a 70% chance that the rain is going to hit the circuit before close of business. So during those second heats, we could get those wet tyres out and ready. They already had some running on them on Thursday and Friday in practice, but in race trim, that's very different. We've got 2 heats now, 2 groups of Senior X30 coming up. Weeks of hard work, determination, sheer grit and perseverance have led us to this point.
Think for an instant that they are going to be dull. Do not think for a moment that this is going to be a race to go quietly into the night.
Never ever give up. You have no idea what's coming.
These guys know exactly how to keep pushing it and how to go to the limit. This is about endurance, about stamina, about mentality, about discipline, about commitment. This is the battle that just will not relent. Amazing duels, nail-biting, tension, drama and intrigue. No matter what you throw at them, they will give it everything they've got.
IAME X30, it's the best karting championships in the world. Doesn't matter where you go, whether it's the Americas, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, or the Pacific. X30, we get it done and we give you a show. Weeks of hard work, determination, sheer grit and perseverance have led us to this point.
Do not think for an instant that they are going to be...
Back into the action we go then in Senior X30, and it's the first of our group races. Heat 1 for Groups A versus B. And it's going to be the former European Gearbox champion, Marijn Kramers, who goes from pole position. Boy, has he got an exciting time up at the front end of the field. Marijn Kramers from Melvin Shane, Alex Machado and Jamie Ambrose. Oh, my apologies. It's not quite the grid in its full configuration that's on my timing screen. That will be handed to me shortly. But the drivers are heading out for their first heat. They've actually come up on my timing screen in number order. So that is not the correct order. It should be Alex Machado on pole position after his fabulous run in time qualifying. So it's the Andorran who put it on pole position earlier on. Let's work our way, hopefully, through the accurate starting grid. If not, we'll just talk you through the drivers in their number order. Depends on what comes up on the screen, I guess. But certainly it should be Marijn Kramers in front of Andrea Galimberti. And you can see those dark clouds in the background. That's when you know the rain's coming our way. Alex Machado and Andrea Galimberti then from Putra Adam and Leonardo Mori on the second row of the grid. Then Jamie Ambrose and the Japanese talent Sero Kojima from Marijn Kramers, former European Gearbox champion, and Dominic Setiawan, 8th on the grid. Rounding out the top 10, we've got Rafael Kamal alongside the Singaporean Danish Chen. Then Jerry G, he's 11th alongside Korean Carr, great to see her back. Andy Buret and Warapong Yamchan on the 14th position. Melvin Shane versus Miguel Quinones in the next row. Behind them, it is Li Wei Chen, Krishay Gupta from India, and Kim Guan-Hui of Singapore. Although, of course, originally, Kim Guan-Hee is actually from South Korea, really enjoys racing under a Singaporean license. That's where he's based nowadays and has raced in many different competitions, but it's his first time in the IAME Asia paddock, and what better way to do it than for the IAME Asia Pacific Games, a chance of a gold ticket to go to the IWF in Viterbo in Rome against the drivers. A reminder to everybody that we have our welcome dinner tonight at the Crafty Gang Bar. Please arrive promptly, 6:35 p.m. And I should let everybody who is feeling very hot and very, very tired already and will be wanting some refreshment tonight, I am told that it is happy hour all night long for IAME family members. So there we go. The IAME community gets happy hour all night long tonight. Plenty of reasons to join us for our welcome dinner. There will also be a driver's presentation for all of the contenders taking part in the competition. So please do join us. We'll be at the Crafty Gang Bar at 6:35 p.m. tonight. Everyone in the paddock is welcome. So here are the contenders then, ready on the front row of the grid. It is Machado and Galimberti. Dialing up, ready for an exciting push for the top spot. Keep an eye on how this race start gets underway. Machado and Galimberti, teammates of course, but they will want to make a very big push to go forward. The Andorran and the Italian, look at the nudging already on the start of this one. You can see how tight it's going to be between our drivers. Are we going to go racing? We are, and off we go. Great start from Machado with Putra Adam following into position in second as they go through turn one. Putra Adam for RL Karting is already going to be making a big push to go for the lead early. He'll try and get up the inside of Alex Machado, but Andrea Galimberti finds himself in third in front of Leonardo Mori. Great start from Marijn Kramers, I think that is, diving through on the inside of Jamie Ambrose. So Marijn Kramers has already picked up a place or two. That's P5 for the Dutchman, racing under an Australian license on this occasion. But as the drivers work their way through, it is a fantastic charge forward. Out through the hairpin, running a very close quarters race early doors. As now the drivers are already trying to make a good opportunity come their way in the S's, hoping for some good overtaking moves. Fewer drivers in the heats than you'll see in the final because there's 36 spaces available in the final, and there's, I think, 39 drivers trying to get there. Might be 38, so The crazy race is obviously going to be the final, but everyone needs an equal chance of working their way through in the qualifying heats. So down the straight, Machado leads the way. Putra Adam in second place. Then Galimberti, Mori, Kramers, Ambrose, Kamal, Chen, Kojima and Setyavan from Yamchan and Quinones. Galimberti tries again as Putra Adam really holds on. Galimberti is struggling to work his way back through past the experienced man from Malaysia. Putra Adam, who's been in and out of the karting world for quite some time now. Also a Malaysian GT driver at times. And Andrea Galimberti really has his work cut out to get back into the top two. But he's got support. He's got Leonardo Mori going with him. And the Malaysian is definitely going to give him a helping hand as they battle for position. So we'll see how it works out. But certainly for Machado, Putra Adam, Andrea Galimberti, Leonardo Mori and Marijn Kramers up in the top five. It's going to be really good work. But Mori's got ahead of Galimberti now. So Mori up into third position. Good work for the 7 racing driver. On the Cosmic, up over the top of the crest, out of the hairpin, and then kicking on round the far side of the hairpin and onto the home straight. So Machado leads the way. Putra Adam second, Mori, Galimberti, Kramers, Ambrose, Kamal, Chen, Kojima and Setyavan. 2 laps done, 8 to go, only a qualifying heat, still a lot to do in this qualifying straight. Senior heat 1 for groups A versus B. We'll get C versus D later. Then they'll stagger again a little bit later on. They push for position, but Machado has the advantage. Putra Adam, second from Leonardo Mori and Andrea Galimberti. Marijn Kramers, then Ambrose, Kamal, Chen, Kojima, Setyavan, and Miguel Quinones up the inside. Big move there from Danish Chen. Gets the run. Oh, that's Ambrose. Sorry, Ambrose gets the run there into P5 on Marijn Kramers. So Jamie Ambrose just overtook a European champion. That'll do nicely for Jamie Ambrose. That's a real feather in the cap as Galimberti and Mori are working in sync here to go after Putra Adam in second. But this is absolutely perfect for Alex Machado. He's got a bit of daylight now between himself and the drivers further back. Galimberti on the inside, not going to happen. Leonardo Mori holds on to third position around the outside of the Italian. Back through the first corner. Keeps it nice and steady, up to the braking zone. Hairpin bend, looking for another big run. But there's definitely going to need to be some big pushes now. As Galimberti, having got into that third position past Leonardo Mori, now he's going to want to set off the Putra Adam. Good start then from Andrea Galimberti. Back up to third, past Leonardo Mori. Still a little bit more to do, but he's got time to make it happen. Over the sector. And so Leonardo Mori no longer in third position. It's now Andrea Galimberti. As there is an investigation past Leonardo into the race start for the 2:44. That is Wadapong Yamchan. So Wadapong Yamchan under investigation for the race start. A little bit more to do. It looks like 2:66 is also under investigation.
And so Leonardo Mori no longer in third position. It's now Andrea Galimberti.
He's also under investigation
past Leonardo Mori. Now he's going to start for Putra Adam.
So 2:44. That is Wadapong Yamchan.
Galimberti.
So Wadapong Yamchan under investigation for the race start.
A little bit more to do.
They have moved too early. Well, that's really going to take it under investigation. So Machado, Leonardo Putra Adam, Kojima, Galimberti is third, closing in on Putra Adam.
In first position, now he's going to start for Putra Adam. 2:44. That is Wadapong Yamchan. Galimberti. So Wadapong Yamchan under investigation for the race start. A little bit more to do. 2:66. He's going to take it out under investigation.
Wouldn't it be amazing
Machado,
if they
Leonardo
managed to add to that?
Kojima,
With a qualification
now
closing again on Putra Adam.
first position, now he's going to start for Putra Adam. 2:44. That is Wadapong Yamchan. Galimberti. So Wadapong Yamchan under investigation for the race start. A little bit more to do. 2:66. He's going to take it out under investigation.
Wouldn't it be amazing?
Leonardo Kojima, position, again on Putra Adam. First position, now he's going to start for Putra Adam. 2:44. That is Yamchan. Galimberti. So Wadapong Yamchan under investigation for the race start. A little bit more to do. 2:66. He's going to take it out under investigation.
Wouldn't it be amazing?
Leonardo Kojima, position, again on Putra Adam. First position, now he's going to start for Putra Adam.
Around the world. Challenge him. And all the time, Andrea Galimberti touching them both. So the Italian stallion can still take on the Angolan and the Malaysian up front. Mori is in fourth, then Ambrose, Kramers, Kamal, Kojima, Sekivan, and Danish Chen. Looking for on the far side. Still looking for a good opportunity to close in. But there'll be strength in numbers once Galimberti gets onto the back of Putra Adam. If he and Alex Machado can work together, there's definitely going to be a big chance for them. Over the crest, Galimberti hunting down the Birilat of Putra Adam for the RL karting team. Still looking for a solid run down the straight. 4 laps to go for our leader Machado. Then Putra Adam and Andrea Galimberti. Mori, Ambrose, Kramers, Kamal, Kojima, Galimberti on the inside. Beautiful from Galimberti, second place. Good overtake there on Putra Adam. Now he can go after Alex Machado, and with his teammate, he will get a lot of support. So Machado leads Galimberti from Putra Adam and Leonardo Mori. Lovely overtake from the Italian as those clouds are really starting to gather over LYL. The sunlight is fading, the rain clouds are coming in. But are they going to break during the race? We've got a 70% chance of it hitting the city of Kuala Lumpur. So we're now going to get to see if there's any more to come from Putra Adam. He's challenging Andrea Galimberti yet again. So Machado leads Galimberti, Putra Adam, Mori, Ambrose, Kramers, Kamal, Kojima, Setyavan, and Danish Chen. Then Jerry G, Wadapong Yamchan, Miguel Quinones, Karim Carr, and Andy Barrett. 3 laps to go, and Galimberti is not done yet because Putra Adam has definitely got a toe here as they run up towards turn 3. But Galimberti too far ahead to really make any counter-attack. Leonardo Mori is now going to try his tricks as he comes forward. Mori is closing in now on Putra Adam. Jamie Ambrose is definitely not slow. He's tucking into the back of Leonardo Mori. A fantastic start as Galimberti tries to pull clear of Putra Adam. Adam's looking very confident though. Closing in on Galimberti. And still they battle away for supremacy. So, Machado, Galimberti, Adam, Mori, Ambrose, and Marijn Kramers. Still we battle on up the hill. Machado is your leader. Very confidently out in front of this one with Putra Adam. 3rd place behind Andrea Galimberti. Solid racecraft at the moment as they continue to put on a good show up front. 2 laps to go for Machado. And the Andorran definitely looking comfortable at the moment. So Machado leads Galimberti, Adam, Mori, and Ambrose. Marijn Kramers, Rafael Kamar, then Seda Kojima, Dominic Setyavan, and Danish Chen. We haven't heard anything about those 2 jump start investigations, so I assume they'll be investigated on post-race. Certainly for the moment, Machado looking fairly comfortable with that gap over Andrea Galimberti. Certainly looks pretty tidy at the moment. Starting to get the confidence up. 60% chance of rain in the next half hour. So it looks like it could be a very different day at the office now. As the wind is picking up, the black clouds are descending. 60% chance of rain to hit Kuala Lumpur in half an hour. But will it hit the circuit? Under the bridge they've gone, over the crest they've gone, and now to the final hairpin. And Galimberti has checked out from Putra Adam enough that he doesn't have to keep checking over his shoulder. Last lap. And Alex Machado head down behind the steering wheel, pushing on in front of Andrea Galimberti. The man from Sicile in Pordenone. Although nowadays, of course, Andrea Galimberti is based out of Chengdu in China. So we'll see if Alex Machado is going to get any challenge at all. I'll tell you who might get a challenge, Putra Adam, because Leonardo Mori is closing in. So Leonardo Mori really fancies his chances as we got big battles further back. That's Danish Chen versus Jerry G with Wadapong Yamchan trying to get through on the inside line. So the drivers are starting to push on as Alex Machado pushing on. We've got a retirement up at turn 4. It's one of the CRG drivers that's come off the kart. I think that's Andy Barrett. But meanwhile, we go up the bridge for the last time, and it's going to be a fantastic end for Alex Machado. He really has driven a calm, quiet, and mature race up front. And the 26-year-old from Sant Julià de Lòria in Andorra will come through and get the first victory of the weekend in Senior X30. Galimberti second, Adam third from Maury, Ambrose, and Moran Kramers. Then Kamal, Kojima, Setyavan, and Danish Chetin. Well, a very exciting start to proceedings then. And a really good performance from our race winner, Alex Machado. Brilliant stuff from the Andorran. Mad to think that this is only his second weekend in Asia here on the LYL circuit, and he's doing a grand job. And the DRM Paralympic team can be very happy with his progress. Just coming out onto the paddock area, and I have to say, looking out over the skyline, we've got dark clouds looming here. The Met Office tells me that we've got 60% chance of rain in the next half an hour. Well, it might hit us even earlier than that, looking at those clouds. And when it rains here, boy, do you know about it. It doesn't hit by the bucketful. It doesn't even come by the bathful. It comes by the ocean. So we see if we can grab a quick word with Alex Machado before the second Senior X30 groups. That'll be C versus D, but certainly A versus B has been fantastic. I'm actually walking past the mechanics who've all got wet tires on, the trolleys. They are anticipating that we could get a dramatic weather change. The satellites definitely tell me we've got 60% chance of it in the next half an hour. So that's more than half, I think you'll find. So it could be a very different afternoon compared to what we've got this morning. But that will certainly level the playing field again. Andrea Galimberti coming through after a very solid run to the top three. Second place for the Italian stallion. And behind him there, Putra Adam putting on a very solid effort. Moran Kramers coming through in the top positions as well for his first ever race weekend as a driver at LYL. Certainly having a steady and solid run. Andrea Galimberti worn out, but he's very happy. Cleaning our lens just in case we've got a bit too much sweat on it from earlier on. Squeaky clean from Andrea Galimberti. Let's see if we can have a word with Alex Machado once he's off the weighbridge. Just checking that the front fairing and the scales are all fine and dandy. And if they are, then I'm sure he's got nothing to worry about heading into his second qualifying heat of the day. But checking out the tyre wear again. Look, this is after 10 laps of racing and 5 minutes of qualifying. Look at the tyres, check them out. That's how much graining we've got after 5 minutes of qualifying and 10 laps of racing. Insanity, right? But here is our race winner for the first heat, Alex Machado of Andorra. Let's have a word. Alex, great performance, very smooth race out there. It looked like tyre degradation was actually a little easier in that one than you might have thought.
No, I mean, we know that it's never going to be easy. First heat is also a good point to see where everything is on the race pace. We try our best. I think for the moment it's looking quite good. There's still a long way for tomorrow, but it's okay for the moment.
Looks like rain might be coming in the next hour or so. You drove in the rain on Thursday and Friday. How confident are you that the Paralympic will be strong?
I mean, the rain is always tricky. It's something we like for sure, and so if it comes, it's going to come, so we will enjoy for sure.
We certainly will. Thanks very much, Alex. Gracias. So a solid start for the DRM Paralympic driver. We've got a second group of Senior X30 drivers lining up for groups C versus D. But as you can see, everybody's getting very used to the fact that we've got a heck of a lot of tyre wear to cope with. But if it rains a little bit later, tyre wear will be the last thing on everybody's minds. And so now to our second of our senior X30 groups, Zadia Vrykal and Dylan Tan, front row of the starting grid, Travis Teo starting up alongside Jaden Pope, then Ethan Cito and Paco Miguel Sarmiento. Fourth row of the grid, Conrad Garro the Arrow alongside Stefano Badani. Then it is Sishan Gunasekara alongside Daniel Jagi. Riley Curry, the new boy, alongside Luca Nietzsche. Norris Gafour is back in town alongside Lucas Thiongji. Issa Mod Fouad is beside Jonas Tan. Then we have Jenny Bibinet lining up alongside Lewis Ung in his first IAME weekend. So as the senior X30 drivers gear up for groups C versus D, it's definitely going to be a tricky one for all of the contenders here. They know exactly what's at stake in these high temperature conditions. Having been out in the paddock just behind the main start-finish straight here, I can tell you that over by the hotel, it is raining. So over by the hotel buildings already, it is raining. So it's coming here, just behind the resort itself. You can certainly see that there's some thick rain showers going on behind us, but we've still got a fair bit of time before they reach us. But the question is, when? When will they hit? Will they hit after racing, during racing, or just before the second heats rotate? I've certainly seen all of the senior X30 mechanics have a spare set of tyres on their trolleys, and they're all wet with studs. So we'll see what the weather's going to do, but it's certainly going to be unpredictable, that is for sure. But from the outset, we are going to get a very interesting challenge as Zadia Vrykal goes from the front of the grid here. And we'll see what kind of pressure he's going to get early doors from Dylan Tan as the Paralin versus the Kart Republic to the first corner. But Zadia Vrykal will get a bit of support from his teammate and countryman Travis Teo down to the first corner. This could be very interesting off the start. Several drivers wanting to make a good opportunity out of groups C versus D. Are we going to go racing? We are! Vrykal leads away, Dylan Tan second. But immediately, Travis Teo comes forward and squeezes Dylan Tan down to P5. So Dylan Tan has already gone from second to fifth as they work their way forward. Very strong run as in comes the leader, Zadia Vrykal. Drivers tucking their way through the hairpin. And it's a perfectly clean start, albeit a couple of drivers further back than they want to be. Up the order comes Ethan Cito and Jaden Pope. Jaden Pope this weekend driving in Top 1 Motorsport colours. He's actually coaching for the Thai drivers this week. So Jaden Pope having a very easy time of it. Now trying to come up the inside. And Jaden Pope in a third position, and that opens the door, allowing Dylan Tan to get in front as well, at the expense of Ethan Cito on the 7 Racing Cosmic. So Vrykal in front of Teo, then it's Pope, then Tan, then Cito, then Conrad Garro the Arrow. Padani, Gunasekara, Sarmiento, and Norris Gafour. Then the 2 Australians, Curry and Nietzsche, Jagi, Leong, Fouad, Tan, Ung, and Bibinet. Only 10 laps of racing required here as the drivers will come through and down the straight. Vrykal in front of Travis Teo. Pope, Tan and Cito. Very close together, those three. Conrad Garro fancies a shot of it up the inside as well, passing Ethan Cito. He's there and he's got him. So Conrad Garro, that's P5, I think. Up on the inside, trying to chase down Dylan Tan. Yes, it is Conrad Garro in P5. Cito's having to hold off the challenge from Stefano Padani. Then it's the Sri Lankan, Seshan Gunasekara. And watch out for the 2 men behind. That's Paco Miguel Sarmiento and Norris Gafour. Great work so far, as already there's problems for Padani. He's struggling to keep the Sri Lankan behind him. Seshan Gunasekara really wants to work his way forward. Isn't it amazing? You wait ages for a decent racing talent from Sri Lanka, and then quite a few of them come along at once, because we've always got Yavan David knocking on the door of things. He'll be in FIA Formula 3 this year. Don't forget, he actually was the IAME Series Asia champion in cadet all the way back in 2018. So Sri Lanka has always been very good at bringing drivers to IAME Asia and put on a great show. But now we've got big pressure. Jaden Pope has got a lot of hammer on the door here from Travis Teo, because Jaden Pope has gone into second place. He's the teammate of Wadapong Yamchan and flying the flag for Team Thailand, the Australian, for Top 1 Motorsport, doing a grand job here in second place. And even if it's not their Yamchan family hopefuls, They'll still be delighted if Jaden Pope can get through to take the lead away from Zadia Vrajkal. But we've been here before with Jaden Pope, haven't we? Last year, he was leading comfortably in one of the early heats, and a mechanical failure dropped him out while he was in first place. We'll never know how Jaden Pope would have done in that weekend, but we certainly know how he's doing now, closing right up on Zadia Vrajkal. Can he get the move to go ahead? He certainly has the fastest lap of the race, half a second quicker than Vrajkal on the last tour, and he's already a tenth of a second up on him with the fastest Sector 2 of anybody in the second sector. He is absolutely gunning it on the Kart Republic. So he's going after Zadia Vrajkal, and he will eat up the road. Eat it, eat it, eat it. And now Dylan Tan doing the same thing on Travis Teo. Are we about to get a lead change? Jaden Pope tucks in behind, not going to get the move yet on Zadia Vrajkal, as Dylan Tan waits as well to make his big bid on Travis Teo. The sunshine comes out again. Big charge from Jaden Pope. Fantastic launch on the inside of the right-hander. And Jaden Pope left Zadia Vrajkal with no response at all. So Pope leads the way. Here comes Dylan Tan. Tan's going to get the run on the inside of Teo now. And Dylan Tan will finish that off. No, he won't. Travis Teo shuts the door. So Teo holds on to third. Vrajkal is second. Teo is third. That's good news for those two, because they can work together to go back on terms with Jaden Pope in the lead. So for Top 1 Motorsport, Jaden Pope is your race leader for Australia, but racing for the team that is based out of Thailand. Then in second place, it is this man, Zadia Vrajkal. Travis Teo third. Fourth is Dylan Tan. Then it's Conrad Garrow, Stefano Padani, Ethan Sito, Nordis Kapoor, Paco Sarmiento, and Seshan Gunasekara. Still good challenges up front, because Zadia Vrajkal hasn't given up on his designs of getting back into the lead of this race past Jaden Pope. Jaden Pope still going strong for the moment, but Vrajkal and Teo still want good stuff to happen. So Jaden Pope has got Zadia Vrajkal all over the back of him. Teo, Tan, Garrow, Padani, Sito, Gafoor, Sarmiento, and Gunasekara from Nietzsche and Curry. Oh, what's happened to Padani? Padani and Sito. Padani and Sito have come off the road. Stefano Padani and Ethan Sito appear to have tangled at turn 3. So Stefano Padani and Ethan Sito have dropped out of this race. They have gone no further. So that is heartbreaking for Ethan Sito and Stefano Padani. Looks as though both of them are going no further in this one. Well, Padani, oh, apparently Padani is still in position. He's got an issue with his transponder by the look of it. Well, certainly Ethan Sito is out. He's certainly not circulating anymore. And it looks as though the barriers are still slightly out of position on one of the marshal's posts. So Padani is still going in P6, albeit with a slightly dodgy transponder reading. But Ethan Sito is out on the spot at turn 3. 5 laps done, 5 to go, and it's still Pope from Vrajkal, Teo, Tan, Garrow, Padani, Gafoor, Sarmiento, Gunasekara, and Luca Nietzsche. So we're still waiting to see what's going on further back. There is the battle between Padani and Gafoor. Then Sarmiento, Curry, here comes J-Guy. J-Guy dives in on Nietzsche. Oh, that was a bit of a forceful lunge on the inside there, as Issa Mud Fawad duels away with Lucas G and Jonas Tan. And there's a big run up the bank. One of the Birrells has gone clean up the bank on the approach to the chicane. That is the 280. That is Issa Mud Fawad. Issa Mud Fawad has cannoned the Birrell up the bank. That is a scary moment and a very odd place to have an incident, but Issa Mud Fawad knows that his race is over. So it's game over for Issa Mud Fawad. Well, out in front, Jaden Pope still leads Vrajkal. Vrajkal still putting him under pressure. Teo and Tan still going at it, with Conrad Garrow and Stefano Padani still putting on a good show further back as well. Then Gafoor, Sarmiento, Curry, and Nietzsche from Daniel Jegai, Lucas G, Jonas Tan, and Sishan Gunasekara has gone all the way to 14th. So problems there for Gunasekara. I wonder if he was involved in that. Up on the inside, Dylan Tan gets the move on the inside. Third position for the Singaporean. Lovely move from Dylan Tan. That'll get into P3 for the time being at least. But as for the front men, well, it's Australia versus Malaysia. Oh, looks like another incident further back perhaps. Not sure who that involved. Oh, there's an investigation for the 255 for contact. That's Luca Nietzsche. So Luca Nietzsche is under investigation for contact. Not sure what that's going to lead to. If he gets a warning flag, it'll be an instant 5-second penalty that cannot be challenged on that particular occasion. 5 seconds added to the time. Pope, Raikal, Tan and Teo. Garrow, Padani, Gafour, Curry, Sarmiento and Nietzsche. Raikal still just biding his time, just waits. You don't just go straight in and go for it. You've got to look after the tyres, look after the brakes, look after the engine. Following in behind the guy in front, definitely a good way to ease the pressure off your engine. Looks after the carb, looks after the temperatures, looks after the brakes, the tyres. Need to look after them this weekend as well, because the seniors in particular will have one more heat than everybody else. Every class is having 2 heats, except for the seniors that will have 3 apiece before they even get to the superheat. So what they could really do with is some of these rain clouds behind us starting to move over the course and giving us a change in tyres. And it is a warning flag for Luca Nietzsche. So that's a 5-second penalty that comes with it, sadly, for the Australian. 2 laps to go. As Raikal has closed right up on Jaden Pope, he's going to try and sweep through to the inside line. Up on the curb to try and get through, and he's had to bail out of it. Zariev Raikal very nearly got himself into very hot water there with Jaden Pope on the fastest part of the circuit. You do not dive up the inside unless you know you've got a kart's width to play with. So he had to bail out. Jaden Pope is absolutely resolute. If you're going to get past me, there's going to be no cheap overtakes. You're really going to have to work for this. Pope, Raikal and Tan. You see that switching concertina effect has given Dylan Tan momentum. So he's now got right up onto the tail of the Malaysian. But the 2 of them can cut through the air faster than one man alone can. So Zariev Raikal is going to get some support here from Dylan Tan going into the last lap. If the 2 of them can cut through the air faster than Jaden Pope, all 3 of them have a charge for the victory as we come off the final turn and we go into the last lap. Who's it going to be? Pope, Raikal or Tan? Raikal and Tan really need to close on the lead up. Jaden Pope still out front, but he's not going to be caught here. Not on turn 3, not on the final lap at least. If there was one more lap, he might have a chance. Oh, and right off the road goes one of the Birolats in the mid-pack, trying to work his way further forward. Might have been a bit of a worrying moment there in the field for one of the JS karting drivers. That could have been Lucas Leong or Jonas Tan running out wide. But certainly, Raikal is closer than Jaden Pope wants him to be. Pope has started defending. That gives Raikal a chance. Can he go for the move up to the chicane? Well, Pope knows he's going to try. So he parks the car to the inside line. Middle of the road will do for Jaden Pope. But he doesn't have to defend because Raikal and Tan have slipped back a little. So up the crest again. Pope looks out from behind him. And now down through the drop. He'll keep it going right the way to the final turn. It's great to see Jaden Pope triumphant on his comeback to Senior X30. Jaden Pope gets the win from Zariev Raikal and Dylan Tan. Travis Teo in third. Travis Teo in fourth, from Conrad Garrow. Stefano Badani, Nordis Gafour will be next up behind them. Then Paco Sarmiento. Luca Nietzsche will get that 5-second penalty, so it'll be Lucas G and Riley Curry that will get the top 10 finishes in the end. But what a very smart drive indeed from Jaden Pope. Excellent display and a great performance then from the Australian, as Jaden Pope will have a very solid run in position. And a very smart run from the top 1 driver, carrying the flag of Australia, but racing in the top 1 team colours, the squad based out of Thailand. And the team that obviously gave Widdesek Yamchan his Master X30 title last season in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. But that's it for Heat 1 of all of our competitions on this IAME Asia Pacific Games in association with Tourism Malaysia. Great to be with you here at LYL on the gorgeous international circuit overlooking the Monkeys Canopy Resort here just on the outskirts of the city of Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. And a solid start then in Senior X30, a victory for Alex Machado and a victory for Jaden Pope. That certainly makes things entertaining for the remainder of this weekend as the teams are starting to think about strategy. Mind you, the sun has come out again and those clouds have dissipated again, so it doesn't look to me as though we may need those wet tyres this afternoon after all. We keep saying 60% chance of it hitting the city of Kuala Lumpur, but that doesn't mean it's going to hit the circuit. It has its own anti-climate here. So the drivers make their way back in and led into the pit lane by the Australian Jaden Pope. Great to see him victorious on his return to driving. He's been one of the famous coaches, one of the best faces of the paddock in the last 2 years, and now great to see him returning to driving. And he's a winner. Let's have a word. Jaden Pope, you look absolutely washed out after that one. Just talk us through what it was like up at the front.
It was good. It's just a lot of these young kids coming through now are quite fast, so it's hard to keep on the pace every single lap consistently, but we managed to get the job done, and just like to thank the team for giving me the opportunity this weekend.
It's going to be a tricky one in the second. We're not entirely sure whether we're going to get rain or not, but in a weekend with 3 heats, the tyres are going to be worked even more than they ever would be. Just how difficult is that going to be for the race later?
Well, I've been doing testing a lot in the rain here, so especially yesterday I went out when no one was going out, so I'm fully prepared. I'm fully confident in the go-kart and in the team, so I'm looking forward to it.
Would you like a bit of rain at this point?
I think so, yeah.
Good luck for later, buddy.
Thank you.
Great start to the weekend then for Jaden Pope. He joins Alex Machado as a senior X30 race winner at this point in the proceedings here in the IAME Asia Pacific Games on the LYL Circuit in gorgeous Kuala Lumpur. That's it for Heat 1. Heat 2 coming up in a short while, and we get to do it all again with the same drivers, same circuit, tougher opportunity to go for the win. Who's going to get it done? Stick around and you'll find out. You can certainly see some clouds overhead starting to form, but they haven't got near the circuit yet. I think we may dodge the bullet, and it might not arrive until after racing is over, which could certainly make tomorrow morning a bit more interesting. And you can certainly see patches of where the rain is descending. But it's 120 feet above sea level here, so you can certainly smell when the rain is coming, because it's certainly a lot closer to the top level of the thin air. Junior Heat 2 about to get underway. The starting grid exactly the same as it was earlier on, but that doesn't mean the race will be any less interesting than it was. From second on the grid, we had a victory there for Mason Kwong earlier on. Now we're going to see what kind of a challenge we can get this time of asking. It'll be Peter Pongpak-Satumnu on pole position though, alongside his teammate Mason Kwong. So the DRM Paralins, the Thai and the Hong Kong ace will be on the front row of the grid together. And they go around for their second formation lap. 22 drivers pushing to try and go for the top spot. So Pirapong Bagsatumnu and Mason Kwong, front row of the starting grid. Knox Black and Aryan Singh are going to be together on the second row of the grid behind them. Then it'll be Porsche Anachatkul, and we'll have Adam Venisiman along with Sanjana Dandu and Michael Lederer. So there we go, Pirapong Bagsatumnu and Mason Kwong, front row. Knox Black and Aryan Singh together on the second row. Behind them, it'll be Porsche Anachatkul and Adam Venisiman, the Iceman. Sanjana Dandu beside Michael Lederer from Austria, then Valentino Giorgiella and Kintanutapat Banyaradkilin rounding out the top 10 in front of Altaf Ridwan and Posh Kongchol. Advan Oriel Warren is alongside Kevin Sibovanichinon, Savian Fabrizio Santoso beside Rahan Khan Rashid. Then behind the Indian, it's Tahan Amarasiri of Sri Lanka, Li Jiaheng of China, Ryan Wafi of Malaysia in front of Panya Yamchan. Then we have Yasmin Ramrajamanikam and Sahil Singh at the back of the field. So as the drivers get themselves formed up in their two tram lines, guys, you've got to be careful on those brakes. Goodness me, you would think it was some of their first days of the office. Ay, ay, ay. You can see that the heat is starting to get to a couple of these drivers. We are formed up right at the back here. 32 degrees Celsius, although in these current 120 feet above sea level conditions with the high pressure intensity, it feels like 36 to most of the people around. Into the two tram lines we go. Is this going to be good enough for racing? What will our race director think? We're racing! Up to the start for Pirapong Bagsatumnu, right to the far side. Mason Kwong tries again, but he's going to kick out wide onto the marbles, and that's going to drop into third position as they charge their way forward. It's a great start for Knox Black. Into second place, the Australian, as everybody hugs the inside line, hoping to gain a bit of an advantage, and we dive our way forward. Several moves being made in the midfield as well, but Knox Black has had a fantastic launch into second place, and a really big charge forward from the Australian, already trying to take on Pirapong Bagsatumnu. Back straight, charging forward, here comes Mason Kwong, wants to get that second place back again, and he's there. So Mason Kwong in a P2 once more. That's where he started, that's where he's returned, and there's big challenges further back. Several drivers going for moves as they try and cut their way through to the inside line on the apexes, under the bridge, and Satumnu leads Kwong and Black. Then it is Aryan Singh from Anachatkul, Venisiman, Lederer, Dandu, and Ridwan. Diving down the crest. And Pirapong Bagsatumnu leads Mason Kwong. Already a hard charge forward as the drivers are working a big move up to the second lap. Mason Kwong going with his teammate Pirapong Bagsatumnu. They just want to get away from the pack. Knox Black is quick. They know how fast he's going to be. So if they can stretch a gap, that will certainly make things easier for them later in the race, because it will just be the two of them fighting for the position. But I don't think they're going to have that kind of casual relaxation in the closing stages, because Knox Black is already keeping up with them. That Birolart is on fire at the moment, closing up on the parallels. Knox Black reeling them in. There's a move for fourth place, that's Porsche Anachatkul, diving for the inside of Aryan Singh, and he's got through. So Porsche Anachatkul now into P4. And Mason Kwong under some pressure here. He knows that there's going to be a tough opportunity to get ahead. Up the hill, Pirapong Bagsatumnu and Mason Kwong definitely going to find it tough. Down the drop, Knox Black is all over them. He's going to be right in the draft as he comes off the turn, and Knox Black from Mermaid Waters in the Gold Coast in Australia, charging forward down the home stretch. He looks really strong through turn one. These two are trying to get away from the barrel, but it's not going to be too easy. Look how close Knox Black has got to them already. That toe is massive for the Birolart, and Knox Black has got bags of confidence. Mason Kwong's going to need to go defensive before long, because Knox Black is absolutely knocking on the door to see if anyone's at the inn. Hairpin. Back on the power. Kwong checks over his shoulder. He knows Knox Black is there. Come on, Pirapong, let's get away. But it's not as easy as that. Nothing to choose between these drivers in qualifying at all. And certainly very little to choose between them in raw sector pace. Now that the three of them are well clear of Porsche Anachatkul. Porsche Anachatkul still plenty of opportunities for him to come, and he looks so much more confident. Up over the bridge. Down the drop of the hairpin. Knox Black is reeling these guys in again. They come off the turn. And behind Satumnu, Kwong and Black, we've got Anna Chatkul. Then Singh, Lederer, Venisiman, Ridwan, Warren, Subhavanichanan, Dandu, Kongchol and Georgella. Oh, we're going to see the big dive forward now. Kwong's got to make a decision here because Knox Black is right with them. It's going to be a really exciting charge forward. The contenders are still putting on a very big effort. But has Knox Black got what it takes to move forward? Big challenge coming from Knox Black. Mason Kwong looks like he's got an opportunity to move forward. As Kwong has fallen back a little into the clutches of Knox Black, he doesn't want to be checking over his shoulder too often. That's always seen as an invitation from the guy behind. Right, left, right, and still some good battles further back. Lots of big opportunities coming for competitors as they go up the hill. There's going to be 4 of them because Porsche Anna Chatkul is getting that deficit down to the 3 men in the lead. So Porsche Anna Chatkul is catching up to them. This could be anybody's battle with 6 laps to go. Across the line, Satumnu, Kwong, Black, and not far back now is Anna Chatkul. Looking for the dive on the inside line, a bit too early for that just yet. So not rushing things, just keeping it nice and tidy for now. Still these drivers looking for that ultimate gap on the inside line. Not clear where it's going to come from. Dive further back though. That's a lovely beard between Aryan Singh, but Michael Lederer has got him straight back. Great recovery from Michael Lederer. Not going to lose that ground. And Mason Kwong goes for the lead. Mason Kwong dives through on his teammate, a bit of Papak Satumnu. Satumnu tries to come back at him, but Mason Kwong's got the move nailed. Under the bridge. Kwong, Satumnu, Black, and Anna Chatkul. Still looking to see what comes of this. The fastest man on the track is Porsche Anna Chatkul. 4th position, having caught up to these guys at the rate of 0.3 of a second per lap. Anna Chatkul has got great pace, and he's got 5 laps to do something about this. There still could be more from Anna Chatkul. Watch out from him. Another fastest lap. Another 0.2 of a second quicker than anybody else. As Knox Black has a go into Satumnu. They slide. Anna Chatkul's got momentum to catch them. This could be a nail biter. Satumnu protects, but Knox Black's got him anyway. Lovely move from Knox Black, and now he's joined by Anna Chatkul. Porsche Anna Chatkul, 3rd position. Great move from Porsche. Now he's into 3rd. And here comes the move again on the inside from Satumnu. Anna Chatkul has to concede. So now Satumnu is defending the position. Anna Chatkul's going to be held up. And so for Porsche Anna Chatkul, this is going to be very frustrating. Sat in 4th position behind Satumnu, who is clearly not as quick as Anna Chatkul in a straight line. Behind the top 4, we've got Lederer, Warren, Subhavanichanan, Kongchul, Dandu, Lee, Georgella. Then it is Punyaratkalin in front of Yamchan, Rashid. Sahil Singh has climbed all the way to P15, so making good progress there. But still good battles all the way as Kwong has now got a bit of a gap on Black. Black has got a bit of a gap on Satumnu, and Satumnu is a couple of kart lengths in front of Kamalpu and Chatkul. Here they come again, and Anna Chatkul held up a little on the last lap, but he's still got a fast kart. He can try and close back up to the leaders. There's a big gap back to Michael Lederer. A good 4 seconds is the deficit. So Mason Kwong leading Knox Black, and Knox Black is still trying to gain that little bit of time. For the Australian fans, Knox Black is catching. He is going quicker than Mason Kwong. He found a 1/10 of a second on him in the first sector. He's found another 1/10 of a second on him in the second. So this is absolutely Knox Black time now. He really is gaining the ground. The gap was 7/10 of a second. It looks significantly less than that as they come across the line this time by, and it is. He's gained 3/10 in 1 lap. Now he's going to get a draft in the toe. If Knox Black can gain the ground on Mason Kwong, he's already a lot closer. This is only Knox Black's second race at LYL, and he might just be on for a victory if he can keep up with Mason Kwong and go for the overtake. Bearda Pukpaksatumnu still battling away with Porsche Chatkul. 3 laps to go for these guys. And a Chatkul looking for a bid on the inside line. Can he dive? He's too far back. He has to wait for his moment. So with the gap down to 0.4 of a second between Black and Kwong, there could still be a chance for the Birolot driver. He's really quick in Sector 1, and he's quicker in Sector 2. So Black is gaining. Black is really putting on the show. Can he close up again on Mason Kwong on this part? Investigation for contact for Sahil Singh. That is really unfortunate. He started from the back, and it looks as though his move up the field has been plagued by a problem. 2 to go. 2 laps to go, and Knox Black is going to be reeling in Mason Kwong as Porsche Chatkul is going to be reeling in Bearda Pukpaksatumnu. Black is catching. And Kwong has to cover the inside line. Knox Black is all over the man from Hong Kong. Can Knox Black get through on the inside? Kwong really is protecting the inside. There's the move from Chatkul. He gets 3rd position. Porsche Chatkul dives and gets 3rd place. Kwong is backing up Knox Black. If I'm Porsche Chatkul, I'd better keep my wits about me. They're both defending the men behind them. As Knox Black is absolutely resolute to get past Mason Kwong. He dives. Kwong dives as well. And Chatkul holds on from Satumnu. And as they rise from under the bridge, round the left-hander, climbing the crest, they get to the peak. And now dropping through the left-hander. 1 more lap for Knox Black to make the bid as Sahil Singh gets the warning flag. That's unfortunate. 1 lap to go then. Mason Kwong desperately trying to break the toe of Knox Black, but Knox Black's ready for him. He's going to gain. He might get a chance here. Mason Kwong onto the inside line. Black still with a chance to hold it. And Chatkul protects his position from the hard-charging Bearda Pukpaksatumnu. Mason Kwong's really having to work hard on the defense from Knox Black. Clouds gathering again over LYL. We might just get away without the rain, though. Kwong is keeping every eye peeled on where Knox Black is going to place his car. Can the Birolot dive across? So far, so good for Kwong. But Black is keeping Mason Kwong honest. He doesn't need to overtake him here. 2nd place will do, and it will set him up nicely for tomorrow. Knox Black still putting pressure on Mason Kwong. Kwong is driving as fast as he can as Bearda Pukpaksatumnu has got back ahead of Porsche Chatkul. Over the top of the crest, and Kwong still holds on from Knox Black. But there's another race tomorrow. Knox Black is saving his best for last by the look of it. He'll come through 2nd. Good run from Mason Kwong. He'll take the victory for the 2nd time. Great run from Mason Kwong. Knox Black in 2nd, Bearda Pukpaksatumnu 3rd for Porsche Chatkul, and Michael Lederer in P5. Well, a great start to proceedings then. Mason Kwong certainly going about things the right way. Win number 2 out of 2. Excellent drive from Mason Kwong then. The DRM Paralin able to hold on despite the strain, despite the difficulty. He's certainly had a lot of hard work there, Mason Kwong, to stay in command of the lead of this race. It was never going to be easy, that was for sure. But now he's got himself a more interesting race tomorrow, because he knows now that there's going to be a very tough run of it tomorrow, because he's going to have a shoulder on the left and the right with one eye on the new boy from Australia, Knox Black. He is not going to be an easy man to back down. The clouds sweep over LYL again, and we are umming and ahhing about whether that is going to turn into rain. Hopefully it will not, but there are some drivers, of course, in the field who would love it. Bring it on. Yes, I want some rain. I want to turn my weekend around, thank you very much. But certainly for the leaders, rain would be a big headache at this point in proceedings. The cadets are all ready to go. So we're going to see if we've got the chance to have a quick chin wag with Mason before the cadets are sent on their way. But certainly a fantastic run from Mason Kwong and a very deserving victory for the second time in as many heats. After last week when he won effectively 2 races in a row, he had the first race won and a technical failure dropped him to second on the last lap. And then he won on the road last week and then a penalty cost him. This week, all the bad luck's gone. Mason, that's more like it. Last week was a bit of a nightmare on Saturday. Now, that's much more the job. How was that one?
It feels good. It was a bit tough at the end because I was defending, but I managed to keep it.
And today, you've dodged the rain, so if anybody else gets it, that's one thing you don't have to worry about. What about tomorrow? There's a possibility we'll get rain in the middle of the day. How confident are you that the kart will still be quick?
I'm quite confident because I think I'm pretty good in the rain. And rain or not, I'll keep trying my best.
A very good start, Mason. Well done.
Thank you.
2 out of 2 then for Mason Kwong in the IAME Asia Pacific Games. Great start for him then after a fantastic performance. Really solid effort from the youngster, and that means that he will start the superheat tomorrow from pole position. We switch from our juniors to the cadets, 8 to 12 years of age, and is it going to be double trouble for Max Schilling? So now we go into the second of our cadet heats, and after the rip-roaring battle we had earlier on, it's going to be very difficult for Max Schilling to replicate his race from earlier on, because he started 7th and worked his way through to the victory. But our front row of the grid is once again an all-Indonesian affair, Darren Artagani versus Shabel Amabasalama. So it'll be very difficult to see who's going to get the best of it. Don't forget, folks, that we have our welcome dinner this evening at the Crafty Gang Bar. Everyone on site is welcome to attend, 6:35 p.m. at Crafty Gang Bar. And for those who are feeling like you need some parchment, well, don't worry. It's happy hour all night for IAME Series Asia guests. Not bad, eh? It's amazing what we'll do to get our family enjoying themselves on a Saturday night. So we have now 4 races to go on our Saturday qualifying heats day. We've got the cadets race, the masters race, and then the 2 groups of seniors will go to battle one last time. Off we go then for the IAME X30 cadet category here in the IAME Asia Pacific Games. And the 27 drivers from all across the continent will head out onto the circuit ready for another exciting duel on course. Our 27 drivers venture out, and we're going to see a fascinating challenge now. An all-Indonesian front row for the DRM Paralins, with Pimpet Kuring Fatai and Kaylin Delsey giving chase. It'll be a very interesting battle from our cadet drivers, and they'll certainly put up a show. So the Indonesians on the front row, Darren Artagani and Shabel Omabasalama. Then Pimpet Kuring Fatai alongside Kaylin Delsey, Chano Schwan and Liban Lewis Kanan from Max Schilling and Zhang Yicheng. 9th on the grid, a very interesting challenge from Felix Sim. Wong Si Yang in 10th position from Ryder Tsiong and Jun Karato. 13th on the grid for Mohamed Fawibowo. 14th is George Patrizi, ahead of Jared Zhong and Tutamin Set. Then it is Shiv Tomala, along with Zhang Linyi. Kenzie Erizananda is with Aditya Pratap. Behind them, the final drivers on the grid, it'll be Michaela Draper of Australia from Oliver King Yawono, Joshua Tan, Ayansh Patil, And then we'll have Rajagan, Jotanin Itikararat, and Saif Zulkarnain in 27th. So the cadet drivers go for their 2 formation laps around the course. So it'll be a fascinating challenge for all of the contenders as they plough on in position. And all of our guests are finding their way to the viewing tower upstairs. So we're going to get to see a really exciting competition from all of the drivers up at the sharp end. So as the drivers work their way through in position, it'll be the DRM Paralins there on the front row of the starting grid. It looks to me as though the weather could actually change after all. I thought that the sun was going to push the clouds away, but this is LYL. It can change dramatically here, and I've got a feeling it might again. So we'll see how the contenders prepare themselves in close proximity. Another exceptional charge forwards. The drivers will work very closely together. But I think we're going to see an interesting challenge from the cadets. 4 races to go. Looking at the position of the clouds, I think we're going to get away with it, actually. I think we'll just dodge rain showers today. Tomorrow's different, but I think today we'll get away with it because those clouds, while thick, are a little too far away to really be a problem. You can smell the difference when there is going to be a rain shower. The back of the grid on this one is going to be a bit of a difficult one. A couple of drivers stopped on the far side of the circuit. The wind is picked up, but, well, I think it's going to be an interesting one for the closing stages. So the drivers getting themselves dialed up to the speed. They come off the turn, and we will have an interesting charge out of the corner. Running out the far side. Well, we're getting up to speed already. That's a bit quick. And I've got a feeling that'll be too quick. It is indeed. False start, false start. Wow, that was called very early indeed there by the race director, Dan Ashton. He was not at all happy with the fast speed of the acceleration, especially when you consider that in the regulations, you are not technically supposed to accelerate until the yellow line on the main straight. And that was barely before they'd even gone into the final turn that the acceleration kicked in. So that was definitely jumping the gun, if anything was. So, a very interesting challenge again. Darren Artagani and Shabel Basalama are going to be there together on the front row of the starting grid. So it's definitely going to be an exciting push forward. The drivers will work together in very close proximity. Warming up the tyres and brakes again under the bridge and slowing down the pack. The drivers have got to be careful of the concertina effect. They don't want to be slamming on their brakes to get into the tram lines again. They just need to be calm and careful. So they go up the crest again, led by Ghani and Basalama. Proof again in Cadet X30 that qualifying is one thing and racing is quite another in terms of the way the form book has played out. So the drivers will crest for more as they come off the crest of the bridge, and they will rock themselves back into view again, turn out of the hairpin, and back on the crest to the final hairpin. This is going to be an interesting challenge for our drivers as they work their way forward again. Darren Artagani versus Shabel Basalama. And then a whole train of cadets. Slow down, slow down. They are instructed by the marshals to ease off the gas, but they were already on the power quite early. Off we go! And it's going to be Basalama that gets the initial start. Basalama will get in front. No, he doesn't. Through turn 1, and he's already been caught again by Ghani and Karan Fatai. So they move their way back forward. Karan Fatai forces the issue and gets into the lead. Beanpad Karan Fatai fights his way to lead this race again. So, Beanpad Karan Fatai takes the lead early doors, and up to third already is Max Schilling. Great start in behind Shabel Basalama and Darren Artagani. So, Schilling is already tucked up behind his teammate. Up to fourth place, that's one of the CRGs. I think that's Kalen Delsey, having worked his way much better on the start this time. It is Kalen Delsey with his Red Bull Tribute Colours helmet. So the cadets find through. Oh, big issue on the back there, and that's a real spin, unfortunately, for Ayanish Patel. Ayanish Patel, the Indian, goes around in the Momentum kart. So Momentum obviously working in collaboration with LOR. And unfortunately, the Indian driver pirouettes around at the hairpin. He will rejoin, which is the good news, but sadly facing the wrong way on the approach to turn 8. So as they come through down the main straight again, it is a lead for Pimpet Kuring Fatai from Darren Artagani, Max Schilling, then Kalen Delsey, Chan Oshwan, Ryder Tsiong, Felix Sim, big run wide there from the CS55 chassis. That was a big run wide from Oliver King-Yuono, I think. Oh, and a big hit on the back of Kalen Delsey. Goodness me, Chan Oshwan and Ryder Tsiong couldn't slow down and went straight into the back of Kalen Delsey. You could see his body gyrate under the braking zone. He gets away with that one, fortunately, and keeps his position, but, well, that was a rude awakening there for Kalen Delsey, that's for sure. Still keeps his 4th position. It takes more than a love tap to crack him open. Up to 2nd now, Max Schilling. He's got ahead of Darren Artagani. So he moves forward and gets the place. So Pimpet Kuring Fatai leads the way from Schilling. Darren Artagani 3rd. Then Delsey, Chan, Sim, Zhong, Basalama, and Wong Si-yang. Libin Lewis Kanan P10 from Mohamed Fawibuwo and George Patrizzi. Then Jun Karato, Zhang Yichen, Tutamin Set, Kenzia Razananda, Michaela Draper, Zhang Linyi, Oliver King-Yuono, and Joshua Tan. So at the moment, it is the Thai driver, Pimpet Kuring Fatai, still having a great drive of it, but Schilling and Ghani are not that far away at all, and they're in the tow. And currently, the fastest kart on track in the 3rd sector is Max Schilling. He's catching, waiting for his bid, doesn't want to go too early. He certainly wants to work carefully, gets them over the inside line. Slam dunk the funk, thank you very much, says Max Schilling, and takes the lead, protects the inside line, so there's no retaliation from Pimpet Kuring Fatai, and that's the lead. Now he's got to hold his nerve because here comes Darren Artagani to dive in on Pimpet Kuring Fatai. They're going to go side by side. Kuring Fatai tries to protect, up in the air. Oh! Very close quarter stuff further back as they tangle the wind a little bit further back behind them. There's a tangle further back. There's an investigation for the number 12 for contact. That is Saif Shulkanai. But there's battles everywhere you look. Goodness me. The cadets really are getting into it. As now, Pimpet Kuring Fatai and Darren Artagani are dueling for P2. But there's big battles everywhere you look in Cadet X30. They run through the hairpin up towards the bridge. Keeping these flat-out left-handers very tidy. The back end starts to travel. You really start to feel the burn in the tyre degradation. But a very solid start to proceedings for Max Schilling. He's already got 1.6 on Pimpet Kuring Fatai. It goes down to 3/10 because now they're squabbling again. So Pimpet Kuring Fatai trying to have a go at Max Schilling on the inside line, not close enough. The battle for P5 is now led by Felix Sim, with Libin Lewis Kanan, Shababa Salama, and Mohamed Fawibuwo in the mix with George Patrizzi. 5 of them all squabbling away. Schilling's got the advantage to Kuring Fatai. Ghani in 3rd. Oh! And that's Thutamin Set on top of one of his rivals. That's Jun Karato. So Jun Karato and Thutamin Set tangle in the chicane. And that's very unfortunate for both of them. Thutamin Set trying to recover. Looks like both of them will do. And the squabbles of the deck as Mohamed Fawibuwo dives up the inside of Shabab Basalama and makes the move. Wow, Shabab Basalama not able to contain Mohamed Fawibuwo on the inside line there as the Indonesian makes it stick and gets a good overtaking move on his countryman. Felix Sim squabbling away with the home favourite, Libin Lewis Kanan of Malaysia. Still going strong down the drop. Trying to find the pace. Can Libin Lewis Kanan find his move on Felix Sim as Max Schilling goes across the line once more in the lead, but he hasn't got a lot of time over Pimpet Kuring Fatai and Darren Artagani. Ghani going with Kuring Fatai. Knows that he's got to work together with him if he wants to close in on Schilling. Schilling protects the inside line. There's a nudge, but Schilling won't budge. Through the hairpin again, some great challenges all the way through this Cadet X30 field as now Ghani tries to go around the outside of Kuring Fatai and tightens up for a move on the inside line. But the Thai protects his position. So there's no way to get past there. Fourth place, Kalen Delsey has already been used like a pinball, but he's going to want to fight again. Kirin Fatai defends as Darren Artagani looks initially like he's going to try the move and then thinks against it. Up to the chicane, and it's still Schilling from Kirin Fatai, Ghani, Delsey, Sim, Kanan, and Wibawo. Still good challenges as they go under the bridge. And Schilling holds his nerve from Kirin Fatai and Darren Artagani. A good work over the top of the crest. Darren Artagani really wants to take on Kirin Fatai. Kirin Fatai thinks he's got the pace here, but he's going to need some support from Ghani on the straight line. So the Paralympic driver working hard, the Indonesian, wants to take on the move. They're going to close in on Schilling in the toe. 3 laps to go. Schilling will know they're there. So Schilling will protect the inside line with good racecraft. Ghani nudges Kirin Fatai. They drift out wide. And Kirin Fatai has to protect Ghani. So Ghani tries again. Kirin Fatai protecting. Delsey can close in. Ghani switches tack. Oh, lovely from Ghani. Darren Artagani absolutely banzais on Kirin Fatai. Up to P2, lovely change of tack. And into second place goes the Indonesian. Now Kirin Fatai and Kalen Delsey were both trying to attack the man in second place. All this is beautiful for Schilling because that's given him some breathing space. Looks like there's a retirement further round. That looks like Saif Zulkarnain. So Saif Zulkarnain not coming around. Fortunately for Jun Karato and Thutamin Set, they both got going again after their incident earlier on. Oh, a bit of a run wide from Kirin Fatai. Careful, Kalen Delsey's on the warpath. Kalen Delsey wants to try and get through into third position. So Delsey trying, there's an investigation into contact for Felix Sim. So Felix Sim is under contact investigation. And that could be a 5-second penalty if he gets a warning flag. So we wait. We see what Max Schilling's capable of in these last 2 laps. But Ghani in front of Kirin Fatai and pulling away from Kirin Fatai because Kalen Delsey is the man all over the back of his countrymen. So Pimpa Kirin Fatai versus Kalen Delsey, the 2 Thai racers. Delsey wants to try and go over the inside, not going to happen. So Delsey waits. Kirin Fatai still looking comfortable in third place. Ghani is trying to close up on Schilling. And there's a penalty handed out for the number 12. That, I'm afraid, is a penalty for Saif Zulkarnain for contact. Gets the warning flag, but he's already out of the race, so it's pretty much academic. Schilling, Ghani, Kirin Fatai, and Kalen Delsey in front of Libi Luis Kanan and Felix Sim, then Shababa Salama. Still a good run from our contenders as they give us plenty to talk about. Up on the far side. A really good run down this drop. And we could see another final last lap battle. So we go into the final lap of this heat. And is it going to be 2 battles in 1? Through they come. Schilling still got the lead from Ghani. Ghani might try something. But certainly for Kirin Fatai and Delsey, they're going to have a tougher mission. Kirin Fatai and Delsey have got right up to Darren Artagani. Schilling's got space, but Ghani's got pressure. Kirin Fatai and Delsey are all over the back of him. Then it's Libi Luis Kanan from Felix Sim, Basalama, Patrizi. Oh, it's an absolute dogfight further back. We've got Felix Sim, Basalama, Patrizi, Wibawo, Zhang Yicheng, and Janos Wan. All in the mix, down in the braking zone. Here comes the move from Basalama on Wibawo. There's room for Patrizi. Oh, lovely move from Patrizi. That was an absolute dive from George Patrizi, and he seals it. Lovely bit of racecraft. Super Giorgio really starting to take his tacks now. So under the bridge for the final time. Up over the top of the crest, Schilling's in front of Ghani and Kirin Fatai, and that's the way it's going to stay. I don't see anyone closing in. Schilling looks over his shoulder. He's having a fairy tale of a Saturday. Qualifying was horrible. Heat 1 and now Heat 2, victorious comebacks. Max Schilling gets the win from Darren Artagani and Pimpa Kirin Fatai, Kalen Delsey. P4 from Libi Luis Kanan, Felix Sim, Shababa Salama, George Patrizi, Zhang Yicheng, and Mohamed Fa'o Wibawo. What a race and what a battle in the closing stages in cadet. Fantastic bit of racecraft again from these youngsters, and they really are showing their form. So the Hong Kong sensations have given us 4 wins in a row. 2 in junior for Mason Kwong, 2 in cadet for Max Schilling. And that's the fairy tale start to the weekend that Max Schilling wanted. He can sacrifice a pole position if it means he gets a pair of wins. He won't mind. He got his first pole position last week and still came away with second in the final. Now he gets to fight for the IAME Asia Pacific Games. And if he wins that final tomorrow, don't forget, he's on the trip to Viterbo in October. Wow, what a start. What an amazing start to the weekend then for DRM Paralympics with their 2 men from Hong Kong, Mason Kwong and Max Schilling. What a start. And that is exactly how it needed to go for both men. Mason Kwong was looking very solid going into the weekend, and so was Max Schilling. They both came through adversity last week. Today, they're starting it with clean, plain sailing runs. Exactly what they were hoping for. Fantastic so far. And what a start in the cadet races. Good comeback drives all the way through. Certainly for the DRM Paralympic boys, they've got plenty of speed and pace, even if not all of them are going to get to the top spot. But a fabulous start to proceedings, and I do believe that's the first time in Max Schilling's career that he's had 2 wins in the heats in the same day. What a start. So the juniors and the cadets dodged the rain. It looks like we could still get some this evening, but I have a feeling that will come after the senior X30 heats rather than before. But certainly a solid start. A tough race for Syabal Basalama, the Indonesian, but what a fighter. He never gave up, and he's still got a good opportunity tomorrow. But for Max Schilling, it is classic Max, and he now becomes Super Max. 2 wins out of 2 today, and a very solid start indeed for the youngster from Hong Kong. Let's have a word with him. Do you know what? I've seen you at your most stressed out. You look the most chilled I've ever seen you now. 2 heat wins. What a perfect start.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, starting heat 3, I guess, from pole, if I'm not wrong. Unless I get any penalties, which I hope won't.
Well, going into tomorrow, you definitely know now that the kart has pace. If there's going to be any issues to worry about tomorrow, what can we think about from pole position?
Win, I guess.
Sounds easy. Hopefully it's going to be as easy as that tomorrow. Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
So there you go. 2 wins out of 2 for both DRM Paralympic drivers from Hong Kong. Mason Kwong in junior double, Max Schilling cadet double. Now we go into the Masters. Is it going to be a double again? Well, the only way to find out is to stick around. So from the youngest contenders in the weekend to the oldest, we go to the Master X30 competition. And the 16 drivers bidding for the IAME Asia Pacific Games title in the Master X30 contest. Drivers over the age of 30 in the same Senior X30 karts that the drivers in Senior compete with. Takaharu Nakamori and Luke Armstrong front row of the grid from Wong Cafe and Peter Chua. Then it's Wedesek Yamchan alongside Harith Zara-O with Ian Willock, starting up alongside Tiru Kumuran. Rounding out the top 10, we have Darren Formosa alongside Kenneth Sim. Luke Purser is beside Desmond Lau. And then rounding out the field, we have Jonathan Lee alongside Kelvin Koo, followed by Jadi Zulkarnain and Scott Wood. So 16 Master X30 drivers, all gunning for the big show, and it will certainly be a very interesting challenge for them as they make very big movements through this field. We're going to see some really big challenges as the competitors are getting ready for another exciting contest in Master X30. Unpredictable as ever. And we're certainly going to get to see some really strong challenges. I think we'll get to see a lot of big moves through the pack. Everyone's certainly wanting to make good advantage of this Master X30 field. Drivers over the age of 30. And usually in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia paddock, we also have a veterans class, although on this occasion, just for this weekend, everyone is allowed to race for the same crown. So for pole position, certainly it was a good run for Takaharu Nakamori earlier on. But is the Japanese driver going to make it 2 wins out of 2 in the same way that we saw from Mason Kwong and Max Schilling? Well, it's hard to know for the time being. We'll have to see what the energy is like going into the Master X30 first couple of laps, and we'll get a rough idea as to where the form is going to be. Still some thickening clouds overhead. I doubt it's going to turn into rain in time, but there is still a 60% chance we'll get rain over the city of Kuala Lumpur tonight. Hopefully it's tonight, not this afternoon. But certainly on Thursday night, we really felt the rain here just after practice on Thursday. The session was an absolute washout on Thursday. It was quite apocalyptic, I have to say, from the comfort of my hotel room. I enjoyed it, you know, watching other people getting floated away. So all of the other drivers in Master X30 gearing themselves up. Nakamori, Armstrong, Wong, Chua, Yamchan, Harith Zara-O. Are we going to go racing straight away? No, we're not. Well, that was the very definition of an anti-start, wasn't it? That wasn't so much a false start, that was more of an anti-start, if we're honest. And on that occasion, there was definitely no choice from the race director, Dan Ashton, but to send them round again. 2 tram lines of even positions is what we need. Shame we didn't get anywhere near that on that occasion. But certainly a very solid start to the race is what we're hoping for from Takaharu Nakamori. So the competitors getting themselves ready into their final corridor positions then, as we work into the closing stages of this run. The drivers definitely know what they can expect. So everybody is going to be pushing on for a very solid race battle when we do get restarted. Hopefully it's going to be a cleaner start. But now we'll have to figure out what the run of the draw is going to be from our contenders. They're certainly going to be pushing on very tactfully from the get-go. Takaharu Nakamori, front row of the starting grid alongside Luke Armstrong. And then we'll have a big challenge from Wong Cafe. You can tell the sense of humor in the DRM Paralympic team because Wong Cafe has got a very nice sticker on the side of his cart. It just says, coffee. Love it. Love the sense of humor of these DRM Paralympic teamsters as Wong Cafe gets himself ready from 3rd position on the starting grid. Can he make the jump past these 2 Cosmics on the front row and start to get the cavalry flowing? We are racing this time. And it's a very poor start from the outside row this time. Nobody able to really make good work of it. As Luke Armstrong has actually changed helmets for this race, I've noticed. Gone is his pink helmet. He's gone for his Dayglow yellow one on this occasion, but he's lost so many places off this start. He's down to about P5. Make that P4 as he dives back into the inside line. So Luke Armstrong definitely having to play chase as the drivers work their way through on the first couple of corners. Out in front, Takahiro Nakamori, still working good from One Cafe, and in third is Wirasa Kamchan. He's the leading Masters champion from last season. Big mistake from One Cafe, and Wirasa Kamchan may get a chance to bounce back. He just got a little bit sideways. One wheel got onto the marbles, and for a moment there, I thought that was it. He was going to be history. But still, the challenge mounts up. 10 laps of racing, of course, from this category. Same as we saw in the juniors and seniors. Down the hill, Takahiro Nakamori's already got a bit of a gap. Doesn't want to get too far ahead. Because obviously, if these two team up, they're going to be on him like a ton of bricks. Wirasa Kamchan and One Cafe running very close proximity together. There is the challenge further back. That's Persa, Chua, Howard Zaralo, and Kenneth Sim. A lot of drivers out of position after that difficult start on the even side of the grid. So it definitely shakes up the grid a little. Makes things a lot more interesting for us. We've got Nakamori leading, then One Cafe. Then it is Yamchan, Armstrong, Formosa is P5 in front of Willock. Not for much longer. What's happened to One Cafe? One Cafe appears to, oh, he had a problem with his transponder. That's what he's got, because he's still there in second. I'm not sure why One Cafe has dropped off the timing sheet, but he is still in P2, just a whisker in front of these couple of drivers in front of him. Or is that One Cafe? Yes, it is. So there was a headache there. Armstrong has got ahead of Wirasa Kamchan now, and now he's going to try and take on the Chinese ace, One Cafe. So can Armstrong make this happen? Last corner, has a think about it. Not quite close enough to make the dive. So Nakamori leads. One Cafe second, Armstrong third, and he already knows that he's got to get ahead of One Cafe fairly quickly because Nakamori is disappearing up the road. Armstrong's going to take him on down the inside. Lovely job. Armstrong sweeps through in a second place. Beautiful racecraft. He knew he had to get that one done fairly quickly because One Cafe could have held him up for quite some time there. And they've got 8 laps to make up a 1.5 second deficit to the leader, Takahiro Nakamori. So Nakamori leads, Armstrong second, then Wong, then Yamchan, then Formosa and Willock. Kumaran, Chua, Persa and Zaralo. A very strong start to the weekend then for One Cafe, but it looks as though he's falling into the clutches of the reigning Masters champion of Asia. Wirasa Kamchan of Thailand, known to his friends as P, but he's going to try and work his way forward. They've all got nicknames in the Yamchan clan. Up the inside goes Wirasa. Makes the move on One Cafe. That's third position for the reigning Masters champion. So P gets through. Wirasa Kamchan is known as P. Wadapong Yamchan is known as Putta. And Papachaya Yamchan is known as Panya. So still the battle rages on, but Nakamori is leading, but Armstrong is gaining at the tune of 0.2 of a second per lap. With 7 laps to go, that's achievable. And all he needs to do is get into the toe, and suddenly that 0.4 of a second or so deficit will be nothing. So Armstrong's got to keep pushing. Yamchan holds on from One Cafe. One Cafe still trying to make his work. Still trying to make this work a reality if he can try and get through on the inside line. Third position currently for Yamchan. Fourth place is One Cafe, then Darren Formosa. Then it is Willock, Kumaran, Chua, Persa, and Howard Zaralo. Kenneth Sim, Jonathan Lee, then Ku, Julkanine, Desmond Lau, and Scott Wood. Darren Formosa fancies his chances here, closing up on One Cafe. I'm not sure why, but One Cafe's got absolutely no grip compared to the earlier heat. The Chinese driver struggling. Now he's going to try and take on Wirasa Kamchan to try and get back past the tie. But Wirasa Kamchan going well in third place, the reigning Masters champion. And he's got one cafe behind him. And then comes Darren Hollywood Formosa, the Australian, P5 in the bright yellow and orange Fireball car. Kart Republic chassis. We still are frustrated spectators here because we will never know if Darren Formosa could have fought for the victory last week in the Masters X30 final. He went into the race in pole position before a plug came off the engine and he spluttered to a halt on the formation lap. So unfortunate. But there is a chance that he may get redemption this weekend. He's certainly looking good in P5 right now. Well, the weather changing dramatically again. We may get that rainfall after all before the end, because suddenly in the Master X30 race, it's becoming very challenging. 5 done, 5 to go, and if it rains halfway through, they cannot change to slick. They cannot change from slicks to wets, so they've just got to cope with it. So the Masters X30 drivers, all over the age of 30, and they want to put on a great show. Very solid race battle. Up to the hairpin. Still putting on a great show. Let's see if we're going to get another big battle in the closing stages of this one. Certainly looking strong. It's definitely a very solid effort. A very solid effort. It's all going to come down to patience now. Nakamori has got to try and get things together, but Luke Armstrong is catching. Armstrong is chipping away at this lead. Both drivers on Cosmics, both in different teams though. Seven Racing versus Simon Racing, and Luke Armstrong is gaining the ground he needs to. On Takaharu Nakamori, the gap now down to 0.6 of a second. New fastest lap for Armstrong. He's got 4 laps to make up 0.6 of a second. He can do that. 0.2 of a second per lap is all he needs. And he'll be right on him, but last time he couldn't overhaul him. So let's see if Luke Armstrong can get it done this time. Weirasek Yamchan, meanwhile, is trying to fend off, and up the inside, that's Kumaran. Kumaran gets the move on Darren Formosa. And now Peter Chua fancies a break. So good opportunities for our contenders in the Master X30 as Formosa loses the ground. And now here comes Peter Chua. No, you don't. Formosa holds it. Very nicely taken. And so now we've got ourselves into a very neat position once more as we come off the turn. And these 4 still absolutely together on pace. We've got Kumaran, Formosa, and Chua closing in now on One Cafe. One Cafe is causing a real hot problem now for these guys. The Chinese drivers really struggling for grip on these parallel tyres. So it's going to be really tricky to see if he can get a good run. Up the inside, Tino Kumaran's through. Kumaran's through, and Formosa's trying to get there as well. Darren Formosa very nearly got the move through as well. So a very tough mission as the competitors are working in close proximity. Very tough racing at the moment. And certainly a very competitive race up for the lead now because Armstrong is right behind Nakamori. That was 0.4 of a second. It certainly isn't anymore. Chua's behind Hollywood. Hollywood wants to take on Kumaran. Here we go, here's the leaders. Nakamori and Armstrong, 2.5 laps to go, and it was 0.4 of a second. Now it's nothing. Chicane, right, left, right-hand hairpin, under the bridge. And Armstrong can attack Nakamori without even letting him know he's coming. Nakamori must know that Armstrong's there. Both on Cosmics, 2 different teams. Armstrong goes down the hill! Oh, what a move from Armstrong! But he's going to have to fight, he has to back out of it. Oh, what a move that could have been from Luke Armstrong. He just got it wide on the exit of the hairpin turn. Now there's only 0.2 of a second in the toe. He's going to close, he's going to close. Armstrong goes left. Nakamori holds him to the inside line. Takaharu Nakamori still hanging on here from Armstrong, who dives. Surely this is it this time. No, Nakamori's got it back on the curb. Whoa, Nakamori and Armstrong, this isn't race. It's a boxing match between the Japanese and the Australian. Armstrong has still got great pace though. Armstrong is still the faster of the 2, but Nakamori is having a crack open Pandora's box of racecraft magic tricks. Left, Right, hairpin under the bridge again. They come through the tunnel. And so far, Armstrong has only got a lap and a half to do something about the Japanese. He lost out to him last time. He's got to hope that the toe's going to be enough to attack him again. Up to the hairpin. Tuck in, get back in the toe. The Japanese will want to break the toe. Here we go, last lap. The gap between them is only 0.2 of a second. Armstrong's got to catch. The toe is going to be huge. Kumaran is now third in front of Iamchan and Formosa. Armstrong kicks out wide. Nakamori protects. Armstrong dives. Can't find the gap. Nakamori shuts the door in his face. No, you don't. Holds to the inside. Can Armstrong slingshot? Oh, that cart is so wide for Armstrong. He can't find a way through. This is the moment. Oh, it's brilliant. Armstrong's absolutely hoodwinked Nakamori. Now they're going to be side by side again. Nakamori outside line. Oh my goodness, neither man will break. Armstrong tries again, and he's there. 3 overtakes in 5 corners for the lead. And now Tiru Kumaran is catching them. Come on, boys, run into each other. I'll take the win away from you both. Up the crest, and surely now Armstrong can hold his nerve. Nakamori round the outside. Kumaran comes through to the inside, and it's going to be Kumaran. Oh, contact! Contact! Armstrong's going to win it. Armstrong gets the win. Kumaran and Nakamori collide on the final turn, and it's Formosa second. Iamchan third. What a crazy end to this race. Luke Armstrong snatches it twice on the last lap to take the victory away. So Luke Armstrong, the man who duelled with Kip Foster and Davide Foray in Macau in December, now has to fight valiantly to get through and pick up the pieces on the hard-charging Takaharu Nakamori. And they collide, Takaharu Nakamori and Tiru Kumaran on the final corner to drop out of the top 3. So it's Formosa who grabs second and Iamchan who grabs third. Oh my goodness me, what a dramatic end to Master X30 in the second of the 2 heats. And we have got a break in form. Takaharu Nakamori is vanquished in the second heat by the other Cosmic on the front row, Luke Armstrong of Australia. And not only that, it's an Aussie 1-2 because Darren Formosa came through for P2 after all of that. Absolutely crazy end to this race. And that shows you that in Master X30, you never, ever give up until the bitter end. You don't know what's coming. You don't know what the final corner will give you. And it certainly gave us a bit of a sensational humdinger at the end there. Well, absolutely monstrous finish to the second of our Master X30 heats. You could have thought that was the final. It was so good. And now Luke Armstrong and Darren Formosa will come through as the top 2, and they get a lovely chin wag, the 2 of them, in the pit lane. And in third position, Weirda Iamchan coming through in fine position. Wow, Peter Chua coming through. Oh, what an amazing end there to Master X30. I barely got my breath back from that one. Absolutely incredible. Here's Hollywood. Here's Darren Formosa. Well, halfway through that race, you were down at about P6, then you fought your way up. P2 with the flag. That shows you never give up, right?
Never give up. But I still want you to do my super heat in the final for me, if you're up for it.
I tell you what, if I can quickly get my license sorted from England, you're on. A very tricky race in prospect tomorrow, especially with the tyres being much harder on wear than they were last week. How do you think tomorrow's going to go?
Look, I think it's simply going to be survival of the fittest, and that was the plan for that one. I got a phone call from Australia from the boss and said, finish the race. 9th wasn't good before, so happy with 2nd. So we're in the hunt for tomorrow, so cool.
Looking forward to seeing what you can do tomorrow, mate. Good luck.
Thanks, buddy.
Great stuff from Darren Formosa. Let's grab a word with Luke Armstrong after his fantastic race performance. I'm going to get run over by the fireball. Look at the tyre degradation. Check it out. Look at it. Look at it. That's 5 minutes of qualifying and 20 laps of LYL. That looks like it's about 7 years old with the degradation it's got on there. That's insane. Absolutely crazy, the level of degradation we've got. Meanwhile, Luke Armstrong is just on the weighbridge, and it's a dramatic one at the moment by the look of it. Well, there's a bit of a question mark here as to whether Luke Armstrong is actually on weight. If that's the case, then Darren Formosa just won the race. I think we're going to have to leave this one for the moment, and we'll go straight into the seniors. But as you can see, drama. Well, Master X30 might not be sorted yet. We'll have to update you with it as we get news, but certainly for the moment, there's a possibility that we do have an Australian as the winner, but it might not be the one you think it is, because apparently there might be an issue with Luke Armstrong weighing in, and if that's the case, then Darren Formosa just won that crazy, crazy Master X30 race. So we go straight in for the last two races of the day, Senior X30. The first groups will go to battle, and it will be a very exciting challenge for our Senior X30 drivers right off the sharp end of the field. There's the starting lineup: Andrea Galimberti, Zari Reichel, Leonardo Mori and Travis Teo on the first two rows of the grid. Then Seta Kojima and Ethan Sito from Dominic Setivan and Conrad Garrow. Rounding out the top 10, it's going to be tricky for Danish Chen with Seshan Gurasekera alongside. Then Corinne Carr and Riley Curry of Australia. Then we have Wanapan Yamchan and Noris Gafour from Miguel Quinones and Isa Mod Fawad. And then bringing up the rear of the grid, we've got Krisha Gutta, Jenny Bimane, and Kim Guanhui. So we've got our drivers then in position, lining up for senior race for the groups B versus C for their second heat. And then, of course, we'll get the drivers lining up for A versus D after that. And then we'll get A versus C and B versus D tomorrow morning before we go into the super heats. And those races will be the races that determine the starting grid for the final tomorrow. And don't forget, only 36 of the drivers in the senior category will be able to contest the final, so there are going to be less than a handful of drivers who will unfortunately have to leave LYL with nothing at all. So we'll just have to see how that all looks going into it, but certainly a serial talent. And the drivers now getting themselves lined up. Take a look at this battle off the get-go, because it's going to be Galimberti versus Reichel, the Italian stallion versus the junior king of Malaysia in 2024. Now a second-year senior, Galimberti a first-year senior. You're watching the two past Junior X30 champions from 24 and 25 together on the front row of the grid in the same team. Zadia Reichel versus Andrea Galimberti, who is on pole position. And they've got a marauding charge of seniors right in behind them. Are we racing? Of course we are. Here we go then. Galimberti leads the way from a very hard charging Mori. No, round the outside. Reichel has got a quicker start on the far side. Unbelievable launch from Reichel as Galimberti has to be content with P4 into the apex for turn 3. So a very tricky start to things then. So now we've got Reichel leading the way. Galimberti's already managed to find his way back into P2. Some good racecraft from the Italian needed. Travis Teo and Leonardo Mori are in the hunt. No, that's Galimberti P4, so it must be Teo, who is in second place. Third place then, Ethan Sito on the Cosmic, diving up the inside line. That's Miguel Quinones. He makes a lovely overtake that then suddenly evaporates around him. So, very solid effort then as Zadia Reichel leads Teo. then Sito, Mori, Galimberti, Setyavan, Kojima, and Danish Chen. Some good performances in the mid-pack. Garrow in front of Gunasekara, Curry, Gafour, and Gununez. But there's still some big battles to come. Drivers working their way through on the far side. And we've still got some high pressure from the drivers as they move forward to the inside line. That's going to be a bid for second as Ethan Sito goes wheel to wheel with Teo. Teo resists. He's not going to let Ethan Sito have it. And he nearly hits his teammate. Goodness me, Travis Teo almost hits the back of Raikal. That was for the lead between teammates. The one thing you cannot do is hit your teammates. Sito was so determined to get through. Teo was even more determined to defend, and he almost struck his teammate for the lead. So now we've got Raikal, Teo, Sito, Mori, Galimberti, and Setyawan. This is the last step before you go to the big shows at motorsport. Don't forget that many years ago, Senior X30 was the final stepping stone for Oliver Behrman before he went into F4. Senior X30 is one of the most competitive forms of motorsport on the entire planet. Teo all over his teammate Raikal, as now we've got Mori into third place. Galimberti has joined him. And that's P5 for Sito in front of Dominic Setyavan, who last year was the youngest senior in the field. Out they come onto the lead. 2 down, 8 to go. And is there going to be a big charge forward now, because Teo has got his teammate with a little bit of support. Teo on the inside line. Teo's there. Mori's there as well. They both get past Raikal for the lead. Mori goes for the lead. Leonardo Mori from third to first in 2 corners. What a charge from Leonardo Mori. My goodness, he's been getting better all the time. And the Cosmic driver has not only got away, he's galloping into the lead. Leonardo Mori, what a charge from the Malaysian. So Leonardo Mori now leads Travis Teo and Zadia Raikal. But Zadia Raikal, the 15-year-old junior champion from 2 years ago, still wanting to make his rise forward. And of course, Zadia Raikal will be turning the grand old age of 16 in June. Almost seems old for a senior these days. Big challenges in the mid-pack as Raikal now has to fend forward. There goes Sarah Kojima. What a move from Kojima. She gets through. So the Japanese ace is still making big headway here. And that puts Kojima into P5. So Sarah Kojima is driving a great race. She's now in the top 5 and going after Zadia Raikal. So the junior champion of 2024 needs to keep an eye on his shoulder, because there is the hot-headed Japanese lady, Sarah Kojima, going well, P5. Just in front of Ethan Sito and Dominic Setyavan. Keep an eye on Sarah Kojima. She's got an amazing future. Up to the hairpin. And still pushing on strong. There's a big opportunity coming here. Chicane. Mori leads. Teo, Galimberti, Raikal. Sarah Kojima, P5, then Ethan Sito, Setyavan. Now in front is Chen. Sito's down to 8th place, unfortunately. Gunasekara going well for Sri Lanka. And Riley Curry of Australia, P10. So off the final turn. And going through the lap once again. A very solid race from Leonardo Mori. Teo second, Galimberti third. Galimberti with big push coming through onto the far side. Galimberti looking for the move. Can't quite get close enough yet to his teammate Teo to attack. Galimberti second on the road in the final last week, but a technical infringement stopped him going to the podium. Now he's fighting for the win outright, and after his brilliant performance earlier on, he's got a chance to continue. So can the Italian stallion Andrea Galimberti go after Travis Teo? Braking zone, turn in for the hairpin. Biding his time and waiting for the moment. But it's certainly looking good for Leonardo Mori. This is his coming of age moment. Leonardo Mori, don't forget, is one of the drivers stepping out of junior into senior this year. And in his second weekend in the category, he is leading in Senior X30. What a great drive from Leonardo Mori so far. Galimberti in behind Travis Teo. Behind them is Raikal. And then comes Sarah Kojima, forced front row by 7. 5 laps done, 5 to go. Penultimate race of the day here. So still Leonardo Mori pressuring. Here comes the move from Galimberti. Can't quite get it stuck. Has to wait. Looks for a move on the inside. Travis Teo just across the racing line. Not able to groove. Now Galimberti on the inside. P2. Lovely job from Galimberti. So that'll put him into second place. And Andrea Galimberti going well now. The Italian. Originally from the beautiful city of Suchile in Pordenone. Based out of Chengdu in China. The Italian going well. And now here comes the bid from Zariev Raikal, and Raikal into third place of the chicane. And that's a lovely overtake. Zariev Raikal, the 2024 Junior X30 champion, won round 3 last year right here at LYL. So a fantastic battle. Raikal going well. Galimberti second. But can they catch Leonardo Mori? It's going to be a really tricky battle between them now. We've got 4 laps to go. And can Galimberti and Raikal do anything about the leader, Leonardo Mori? They've got 0.6 of a second and 4 laps to gain. The toe is going to be worth a lot. But now it's going to be the real man to cook this forward for them is Travis Teo. If Teo can team up with Raikal and edge them closer to Galimberti, then all 3 of them can get in the toe and go after Mori. The toe is massive at LYL on that run from the final turn to turn 3. But here comes Sarah Kojima. She's closing up on Travis Teo. She's not done. Last year, only 1 woman got a heat victory in any of our categories, and that was Sarah Kojima in junior. This year, she steps up to senior, and she's already in the top 5. So as we go over the crest, Mori, Galimberti, Raikal, Teo, and Kojima. Behind her is Danish Chen, another junior up to senior this year. Then Setyavan, Sito, Gunasekara, and Curry in front of Garrow the Arrow. Up to the first turn, and Galimberti really is eating up the road. It was only 0.3 of a second of the line, but he's gaining. Galimberti's now right on Mori. That was a 0.3 of a second gap. At turn 3, it's about 0.2 now. So Galimberti has reeled in Mori. On the next lap, he may get a chance to go for the overtake. Still, they push on, searching for that ever-elusive overtake. Braking zone coming for the hairpin. Mori, Galimberti, Raikal, Teo, Kojima, Chen, Setyavan, and Sito. Down to the chicane. Still, they will push forward. Up through the far side. Up through the apex of the top end, up over the crest. And Mori has definitely got a Galimberti problem coming. Galimberti will be all over him at turn 3. Mori's got to keep pushing here. It's not going to be easy to get away from him. But Leonardo Mori will push on. This is his home circuit, his home race at Kuala Lumpur. He wants to see if he can get the victory, but Galimberti is still pushing. Not close enough, he needs to wait. Meanwhile, Kojima has brought Chen and Setyavan to have an attack. There goes the move from Danish Chen. He takes on Sarah Kojima and gets in front. Great racecraft from the Singaporean, Danish Chen. He gets through and into P5, having just set the fastest lap of the race as well. Can he go after Travis Teo now? Galimberti's really close to Mori. Hairpin, cover the apex, go for the line, and look for the S's. Left, hairpin, right, Galimberti really close to Mori. This is going to be a ding-dong, up through the crest. And Galimberti has only got 1 lap after this to go after Leonardo Mori. Will he have the exertion and the inertia in the toe? He's really on him coming into the final hairpin. But Mori is strong down the hill. Galimberti's got to get into the toe. Mori's got to shake him off. Here we go. 1 more lap. Mori knows that Galimberti is there. 0.2 of a second was the gap. He's gaining. Can he slam dunk on the inside? He's not close enough. Can he make the bid into turn 4? He's not close enough again. But Galimberti really is hunting down the move. We've seen him make last of the late braking maneuvers in juniors. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, as Kojima gets back through on the inside of Ethan Sito. And now Sito will attack Kojima. Those 2 are teammates, don't forget. Mori is on a qualifying lap to try and get away from Andrea Galimberti. And I think Mori's got enough in the tank. I think he can make this work. Galimberti still pushing in the Paralin. The Cosmic's still on it. Up the crest. Galimberti's only got one shot here, really, and it's going to be the final hairpin. He's going to have to work hard down the bridge. Can he line him up? He's not going to be close enough. It's going to be Leonardo Mori. Galimberti looks, but it's too late. Leonardo Mori will have it. Brilliant race. Galimberti second. Raikal is third. From Teo, Chen, Setyavan, and Kojima. Well, a very strong drive indeed from Leonardo Mori. The coming-of-age drive for me. Up to the victory in only his second weekend as a senior. Brilliant from Leonardo Mori, and at his home race as well. Such a special victory that will be for Leonardo Mori. Exactly what he was hoping for. And a very strong start to proceedings here for the Malaysian, as Leonardo Mori gets himself into strong position going into the heats tomorrow. There are still 2 heats to go tomorrow after the seniors are done this afternoon. And we still have 1 race to go. That is going to be for the drivers in groups A versus D. So a solid race drive there from Leonardo Mori. And a very interesting situation for the contenders. What a performance from Leonardo Mori. Stunning, absolutely stunning. One of the best drives I've seen from him in quite a long time, and certainly a very important one as far as his situation is concerned moving forward. But for Leonardo Mori, it's a very important victory, and one that he can be very happy with heading into tomorrow. He now sets himself up for a very smooth race indeed. So the drivers come through after a very impressive day at the office in the second of our Senior X30 heats. And certainly a very impressive one indeed comes in from Leonardo Mori. Galimberti driving well in the top 5 again. But certainly all of the pressure resting on the shoulders of Leonardo Mori, the Italian based in Malaysia, and what a drive it was from him. Stunning, stunning display from the Cosmic. And in Senior X32, that was very special. Let's go and have a word with our man in the first position. Leonardo, well, it was going to be a tough job moving into Senior in 2026. You didn't make it look particularly hard. What was it like out front?
Yeah, I had a lot of pressure from people in the back, but I made it work. We made a few adjustments, and now we're going fast.
I guess the home advantage always counts in your favor, but it was nice to be able to see you really deliver it and really put it on there. Going into tomorrow's heat, how confident are you that the kart will still be quick?
Yeah, I have my hopes up for tomorrow, and hopefully we can keep this up.
Fantastic start, Leo. Great job, mate. You deserve it. Well done. Fantastic work, and certainly the home fans here will be overjoyed that we've got a Malaysian up at the top in Senior X30, and it's a new one in Leonardo Mori. Great performance in junior last year, now as a senior, already winning heats in Senior X30. And for you, just for you, we've got 1 last race to come, the second of our Senior X30 second heats, and again, as unpredictable as ever. So 1 Senior X30 heat to come, and it will be the drivers in groups A versus D. That's going to put Alex Machado up on the front row of the grid once again. The Andorran won his heat earlier on. Is that going to transfer into another heat victory? We've got 2 rolling laps before the drivers go to racing conditions. So let's see how our drivers will bear up under the pressure. And so to our starting lineup, it's going to be Alex Machado for Andorra after his brilliant lap in pole position, who goes from the front. Dylan Tan alongside him, then Putra Adam and Jaden Pope, our heat winner earlier on. Then we got Jamie Ambrose and Paco Miguel Sarmiento from Moran Kramers, the former European champion, along with Stefano Badani for Fireball. Rounding out the top 10, Rafael Kamal and Daniel Jagai. Jerry G is alongside the Australian Luca Nietzsche for JDP. Then we got Andy Burrett and Lucas Leong, Melvin Shane and Jonas Tan. And then we'll have Li Wei Tsen and Lewis Ng. Now, I've got a sneaky suspicion that we may not see one of the drivers in the race, and that is going to be Andy Burrett, unfortunately, because I saw him walking around earlier with his arm in a sling. It doesn't look particularly nasty, but I think it's certainly going to be enough to keep him out of this race at least. Hopefully, after some overnight observation, he might be given permission to start tomorrow. But I certainly don't see a decent chance of Andy Burrett being out on the circuit for this one. I've had a look down the order. Oh, that might be him, actually. There's certainly a CRG in the race, unless that's Rafael Kamal. It could well be his teammate, Rafael Kamal, actually. So we'll keep an eye on it, but there's a very good chance that Andy Burrett may have to sit this one out. And so to the last race of the day. This is the penultimate qualifying heat for these drivers. They get to do their third and final heats first thing tomorrow morning before we go in to the super heats, and there will be 5 of those before we get our 4 finals across junior, cadet, master and senior. And the winner of those finals, of course, will be the golden ticket winners to the IAME Warriors finals at Viterbo in Rome in October. So the 2 previous heat winners earlier on, Alex Machado and Jaden Pope, are both going to be in this race. Will either of them get a second win, or will we get a different driver altogether? Well, we got another formation lap before we find that out, because that was a false start, unfortunately. So the false start taking us away from the answer for another lap or so. So we'll have to see what the drivers can give us this time around. Certainly they are giving us a little bit of a pause for thought. So as the contenders are ready for another go at it, we'll see what the battle will give us this time. 1 race to go in our Saturday of the IAME Asia Pacific Games in partnership with Tourism Malaysia and brought to you by Infinity. A very interesting battle royale already getting underway. Looks like a couple of drivers have actually missed their braking points there, and there could be a couple of loose front fairings before we even get started. I think the drivers are obviously wanting to race fairly quickly before the rain comes, and they're starting to get a little bit trigger happy on some of these apexes. Alex Machado continuing the lap, and of course waiting until we come through at the start of this one. So it'll be interesting to see what happens as the contenders run forward. But now everybody in position over the top of the crest of the bridge. They'll slow the field right up. Alex Machado alongside Dylan Tan on the front row of the starting grid. Are we going to get the perfect launch forward? That's all down to Alex Machado as he backs up the pack with Dylan Tan in alongside him. So with everybody in close proximity together, we will see how our contenders kick off from the launch. Off the far side, and it will be a tricky one to determine how it's going to work out, but let's see how we race out. Final hairpin along the tram lines. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we do. Off we go then. And it's a very staggered start on this occasion, but into the lead goes Machado, joined in by Putra Adam straight away. Putra Adam and Jaden Pope, the 3 drivers going at it, hammer and tongs. Putra Adam having an early look at Machado. Jaden Pope in there with them as they work their way through the hairpin. Everybody keeping it nice and tidy as we go through turn 4. Couple of run wides, one of the fireballs getting out sideways, but managing to get back in the line as everybody just about keeps it together. Pope goes for the move on Putra Adam. Lovely overtake from Jaden Pope. Big challenge into the hairpin. And that was Jaden Pope's best chance of moving forward early doors, and he's made it happen. Putra Adam already trying to come back at him as they work their way through the hairpin. But Putra Adam has also got some pressure from behind him now, as that is the hard-charging Jamie Ambrose from Singapore. He's in his second weekend, I should say, as a Senior X30. But he's already challenging for the AME Asia Pacific Games in Senior X30, up at the top of the Bray. Over the crest, dive on the inside. That's a lovely overtake from Moran Kramers, the former European karting champion at KZ level, now finding himself up the inside and moving forward. So it's Machado, Pope, Adam, Ambrose, Kramers, Tan, Sarmiento, Kamal, Jagai and Jerry G in the top 10. Only 18 of them in this one. Dive at the inside. That's Ambrose going for Putra Adam. And he can't quite make it. He has to wait for his moment. So the Singaporean still taking his time, trying to make it work in his favor, but it's not easy at the moment. Everybody just squirting their way through each of these hairpin turns, trying to get the throttle to come back to life at exactly the right moment. Machado, Jaden Pope, then Putra Adam, Jamie Ambrose, Moran Kramers, Tan, Sarmiento, Kamal, Nietzsche and G. Padani having had a difficult start, and it looks as though we've already got some battles up on the far side of the course. Drivers already looking to go for a move into third position as Ambrose lines up Putra Adam again, up over the top of the crest. Ambrose wants to get closer to it. Running up on the far side, looking for the slingshot out of the hairpin to go on the toe and dive forward. Machado leads Pope. Then Adam, Ambrose, Kramers, Tan, Sarmiento and Kamal. Here comes Ambrose. He's on the tail of Putra Adam. Can he dive through to the inside? He does it. He goes. Putra Adam resists. Ambrose is through. Lovely bit of driving from Jamie Ambrose into third position for the Singaporean. And now it's Moran Kramers' turn. He gets the move nice and easy. No arguments there from Putra Adam as Moran Kramers moves up into P4. That's the former European champion, don't you know? Excellent work from Moran Kramers. And now he's going to wrestle with Putra Adam and Dylan Tan. Sarmiento is there in P7. Kamal, Nietzsche and Padani from G, Jagai, G, Burret and Tan. So Andy Burret is in the race. That's good news. So he must have been given the all clear to compete. So Machado leads Pope. But as they go up the hill, Ambrose is obviously going to have a little bit of time to make up now. Then Kramers, Adam, big slide from the CRG of Kamal. Goes side by side with Sarmiento as Tan gets up the inside of Putra Adam. So Dylan Tan takes Putra Adam and Sarmiento fends off from Kamal. There's race battles everywhere you look in Senior X30. You're never going to be too far away from the challenges. So we still wage the wars, battle away. Excellent stuff from our contenders as we go to the hairpin. Up through the S's. Machado has half a second on Jaden Pope, but Pope is closing in rapidly. Jaden Pope is almost on Alex Machado. Ambrose third, then Kramers and Tan. Adam, Kamal, Sarmiento, Nietzsche and Padani. But as we go under the bridge, Alex Machado versus Jaden Pope is going to be a pretty sweet battle. They both took victory in their heats earlier on, but is either of them going to get the win in the second, or will they impede each other? Jaden Pope of Australia closing in on the Andorran Alex Machado as they come off the final hairpin. And Jaden Pope is going to be in the draft. Pushing, 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 pushing. Now the main straight in the draft. Pope is going to be closing on Machado. Will he spring for the move on the inside line? He's not quite close enough yet, but you know that Pope is going to be finding every single gap he can on Machado. And it's Paralin versus Kart Republic. DRM versus Top 1. Andorra versus Australia. Machado versus Pope. Both winners of their heats earlier on, but only one of them can triumph this time. And if neither of them does, we get 4 winners from 4 races. On the inside, Dylan Tan makes the bid on Moran Kramers. So Dylan Tan gets into 4th position and now defends his move from Kramers. He's not going to let the Dutchman get back through again. So Moran Kramers still having a good race of it as he rotates the kart, works its way up the hill. This is when the back end really starts to kick out. Pope is closing on Machado. Ambrose, Tan, Kramers. Putra Adam closing back in on Moran Kramers. We've got 5 laps to go. 5 have been completed. And watch for Putra Adam as he now goes after the move on Moran Kramers. Both pit relarts are very quick in a straight line. But if Putra Adam can be slightly faster in the toe, he'll get the move on the inside. He doesn't go for it this time. So there is the duel between Machado and Jaden Pope. Through the S's, hairpin left. Back on the power, flat out hairpin left. And up towards the 180 degree. Turns the way through. Gets it nicely on the stride. And it really is going to be an interesting one as the drivers battle away for the lower positions as well. We've got some great tussles between Jerry G, Lucas G, Daniel Jegai, and Andy Burrett, with the likes of Jonas Tan, Melvin Shea, Li Wei Zhen, and Louis Ng following in proceedings behind them. Final hairpin. Tan is away from Kramers. 4 laps to go. And Jaden Pope is not able to stick with Machado in quite the way he was hoping to. He thought he'd have the time. Oh, that was lovely from Sarmiento. Sarmiento dives in there on Kamal. Did he finish the move? Yes, he did. Very good work from the young man from the Philippines. So Paco Miguel Sarmiento holding on in fine style there in 8th place. But Kamal is vanquished for the moment at least. So Machado 0.4 of a second to the good of Pope. Tan is 3rd. Well, what's happened to Ambrose then? Yeah, Ambrose is there, but his transponder's not doing so good. So Ambrose is still in 3rd position. My apologies for those who are panicking. Where's Ambrose gone? He's gone nowhere. He's still 3rd. But the transponder has decided it's going to play mess around with us on that occasion. So Jamie Ambrose is still there in 3rd place and still trying to close up on Machado and Pope. This is a great drive from Jamie Ambrose in 3rd. In front of Tan, Kramers, Adam Sarmiento with Kamal. Machado versus Pope. Pope is still trying to close up on Machado. The gap comes down again. But is it tight enough to go for the move? There's nothing between the raw pace of Machado and the Kart Republic of Jaden Pope. And there's a bit of a slingshot battle going on further back. This is Burrett, Jegai, and Nietzsche. The 3 drivers still going at it. 3 laps to go. Jaden Pope close enough to Machado to be a real problem, but not fast enough or close enough to be a real thorn in his side. There's nothing between them on raw pace. To give you an idea of the gap between them, Alex Machado's last lap was a 106.52. Jaden Pope's last lap was a 106.44. That's not even a 1/10 of a second difference between them. There really is nothing in it. So Machado can't get away from Pope, and Pope can't catch Machado. So they are at stalemate until someone makes a mistake. And we've got 2 laps to go. The tyres are churning. So there's every chance the mistake could come from one of them at least. Machado leads Pope still. Then Ambrose, who's falling into the clutches a little of Dylan Tan. Then Kramers and Adam. Then Sarmiento and Kamal. It's 2 by 2, hurrah. Pope is definitely closer this time to Machado. But has he got what it takes to go for the move? I thought he was going to make it there into the left-hander. But Jaden Pope is no dirty driver. He's going to pick his moment, but he's only got a lap and a half to make it happen. Ambrose is in real trouble in 3rd place. Dylan Tan is all over him. Look back behind the top 2. There's Ambrose, there's Tan. Tan is right on him. So as Pope challenges Machado, Tan is challenging Ambrose. Adam is challenging Kramers. So we've got 3 battles in 1 here, as Stefano Badani is caught up to Rafael Kamal. So Pope is still trying to go after Machado. He catches him in the toe, but the Paralin has got good top-end speed, so he can't quite get close enough. But Dylan Tan is getting very close to Jamie Ambrose. 3rd place could change on the last lap. They come off the final hairpin, and it's Jaden Pope going after Alex Machado. 0.3 of a second. He gains in the toe, gaining, but the Paralin's got good top-end speed. He can't get close enough. And Ambrose is still resisting from Dylan Tan. It's stalemate. They're very evenly matched indeed on raw speed. So Ambrose can't shake off Tan. Machado can't shake off Pope. But crucially, Pope can't get close enough to Machado, and Tan can't get close enough to Ambrose. Down the back straight. And now Machado is defending for the first time in this race. Halfway round the last lap, can Jaden Pope strike? Not close enough in the chicane. Hairpin, bridge, crest, pirouette through the left. Jaden Pope is trying everything he can. He doesn't want to settle for second. These two both have a heat win behind them. And look, is the defense for Machado. Pope's got a chance. Machado on the dirt, runs out wide. Pope can slingshot out of the hairpin. It's going to be tight, but it's going to be Machado. He hangs on from Pope by just a tenth of a second. Third place for Ambrose from Tan, Kramers, Adam Sarmiento, Padani, Kamal, and Lucas G. A very tough, Jerry G in the end, sorry, gets 10th. A very tough race all the way to the end. A fascinating duel between the two previous heat winners in Senior X30. Jaden Pope just couldn't quite get ahead of Alex Machado. Well, all the fans here at LYL can be reminded that we've got a welcome evening this evening at the Crafty Gang Bar down at the Monkeys Canopy Resort. Everyone in the paddock is invited. The doors open at 6:30. You're more than welcome to join us if you're here in the paddock and you want to have a nice evening, particularly considering that happy hour is running all night. Trust me, you want to get there for that. So, a very tough race battle all day long then in Senior X30. We'll see all of the drivers and all of the mechanics, I'm sure, at the welcome evening tonight at the Crafty Gang Bar in Monkeys Canopy Resort here at the LYL International Circuit at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. But our final word on our Saturday broadcast is going to be our interview with Alex Machado. 2 wins out of 2, the only driver in Senior X30 so far to achieve that. And after 4 heat races, we have a win for Jaden Pope, a win for Leonardo Mori, and 2 wins for Alex Machado. Quite an important moment and a big step for the Andorran. A very big race for him, and he can be very happy with his Saturday. Pole position in time qualifying, and despite the pressure on 2 occasions, it's double victory for the Andorran from St. Julia de Lori. What a fantastic run. And so with 2 wins out of 2 for Alex Machado, he can be very confident of what is to come tomorrow. A fabulous performance and a great display. I'll see if we can have a quick word with Alex Machado down in pit lane. My camera isn't here, but Alex is, so you'll still be able to hear him over that speaker. A lovely handshake there between Alex and Jaden as well. Alex, tough race out there, even tougher than the first one. Those tyres are certainly starting to wear now, but what was it like from your side?
I mean, it was pretty similar than the one before. We managed to get a small gap at the beginning of the race. Then I saw they were coming quite fast from the back, so I tried to give just a little extra to keep the win.
After a pole position in time qualifying and 2 heat victories today, what are your thoughts going into tomorrow? How do you think it's going to fare?
I mean, tomorrow is going to be a new day. For sure, track conditions are going to change. And I mean, we are not expecting that. Just try to give our best and see what we can do.
Fabulous day, Alex. You've conquered everything today. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Pole position in time qualifying and both heat victories then for the Andorran, Alex Machado in Senior X30. So, it's been a very tricky day at the office so far. 2 very different winners in Master X30 and a domination for Alex Machado in Senior X30. A win apiece for Leonardo Mori and Jaden Pope, but also domination for Mason Kwong in Junior, domination for Max Schilling in Cadet, and that's from P7 on the grid on 2 occasions. We dodged the rain, thank goodness. I think we'll get quite a lot of that tonight. Our drivers and our teams will get to go down to the Crafty Gang Bar at Monkeys Canopy Resort for our welcome dinner and presentation evening for the IAME Asia Pacific Games. You get to have a little bit of a breather. Tomorrow we'll come back and do the final senior heats, all of the super heats, and the gold ticket races. The gold finalists will get their chance to race for the IAME Asia Pacific Games final. The winner in each class will go to Viterbo in Rome. From me, Jake Sanson, here at LYL. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for more of the same. Bye for now.
Weeks of hard work, determination, sheer grit and perseverance have led us to this point.
Instant that they are going to be dull. Do not think for a moment that this is going to be a race to go quietly into the night.
never ever give up. You have no idea what's coming.
These guys know exactly how to keep pushing in and how to go to the limit. This is about endurance, about stamina, about mentality, about discipline, about commitment. This is the battle that just will not relent. Amazing duels, nail-biting, tension, drama and intrigue. No matter what you throw at them, they've got.
IAME X30, it's the best karting championships in the world. Doesn't matter where you go, whether it's the Americas, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, or the Pacific. X30,